Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here. It's got a busy day, folks. We've got a lot going on. So we just had a newly issued tornado watch. It does include all these areas in yellow here. This does include portions of the Northwest Texas region, all the way down into Denton, Bridgeport, back into those areas into Graham. Does include the Sherman area into Gainesville, all the way up into Wichita Falls. And it's mainly for Oklahoma as well. Those areas into Ardmore, Durant, back into Lawton, Oklahoma City, into Muskogee, McAllister here into Ada. Pretty significant event, folks. I mean, we're just now kind of getting underway. I decided to come on live a little bit earlier because, man, supercells are already starting to fire up. So, and looking at some of the latest high resolution guidance, especially in Oklahoma, I mean, we could be looking at some serious big time hell producers. So that area in yellow that's depicted for the Oklahoma City region, Tulsa, into Wichita Falls, back into the Denton region, into Sherman. Yes, those could include a few tornadoes within that sector. Some very large hail, possibly up to 4 inches in diameter, is not out of the question. Some significant wind gusts is definitely not out of the question. Could approach almost 80 miles an hour at times with some of these larger supercells. Scattered supercell development is expected this afternoon through the evening for central and southwestern Oklahoma and northwest Texas. The storms will move east, northeast, northwestward and intensify by late afternoon. So definitely has the potential with some very large hail, some 3 to 4 inch diameter hail, possibly a strong tornado is definitely not out of the question, EF2 type variety, and some 80-mile-per-hour winds could unfold. And so that does include these areas highlighted in yellow. So it's those Denton region into Bridgeport, into Graham, Sherman, Gainesville, all the way up into Denison. But especially as you swing up into Wichita Falls, we could be looking at some supercells starting to elongate. So yeah, so right as we speak, we have a newly severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued further south. This looks to be west of Fort Worth, so it does include the Weatherford region, Stephenville, Comanche, back into Eastland, into Breckenridge, those areas towards Glen Rose. We could be looking at more supercells, likely not as intense, but still very large hail. The main concern with this system is intense hail, folks. Could be looking at some 3 inch diameter hailstones just west of the Fort Worth region, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. That goes until 9 o'clock. So we've got this whole area. And then even further north, as we go into Missouri, back into portions of Kansas. So I'm going to be doing live coverage for the rest of the afternoon and through the evening time frame. So I plan on being on here for a while. It's just now kind of getting going. So I'll be covering multiple states, not just Texas, but Oklahoma, into Kansas, into Missouri. And then some of these areas that include even portions of Indiana. But this is going to be an all-night threat, really in the overnight as it swings through areas into St. Louis and eventually heading into Ohio tomorrow, where it could be even more significant. I mean, they already have a moderate risk for Ohio even tomorrow, which is crazy. So we got back-to-back days, folks, back-to-back moderate risk days of significant severe weather outbreak could likely unfolding here. So that's why we're doing live coverage to keep you well ahead of the storm. And so let's put the risk parameters on here and kind of get you up to date. This was upgraded earlier when they did in fact issue that moderate risk, for those areas into Oklahoma. Just a busy map. So you have an enhanced risk all the way down into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Does include those areas in the North Texas, pretty much all of Oklahoma, and then it's swinging through Springfield back into Kansas City region, and all the way up here into St. Louis, as well as into Louisville. So I appreciate everyone tuning in. We should be live on YouTube as well as Facebook right now. So if you just joined us, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you follow me on Facebook. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. Greatly appreciate it. So we're going into the heart of severe weather season, folks. And man, it is looking very busy, not just for today, headed into tomorrow, and then it kind of regenerates all week, and then yet there's another system possibly even next week. We could possibly be doing this all over again. So it definitely appears to be a very active setup as we're still in El Nino. We're still getting the El Nino dynamics, and now we're going into the heart of severe weather season, and it is definitely uh, kicking off with a bang, if you will. So if you recall, last year we actually had a similar setup. In fact, this is right around the same time frame, either today or tomorrow. This two day hit had about 115 tornadoes associated with it, from literally Texas all the way up through the Ohio Valley. It could be a similar dynamic with this particular setup, as it looks to be very active, especially this next 2 days, and then the pattern cools down a little bit as the atmosphere tries to reset, and then it looks like yet another system comes in Sunday and then kind of stalls in the middle of the country, and we could be looking at more severe storms as we head into Sunday, into Monday, Tuesday of next week. So it's going to be a very uh, busy time, to say the least. So let's keep you up to date here and kind of see where we're at. We All right, so it looks like they extended the severe thunderstorm watch. We're starting to get some action out here in far west Texas, some supercells starting to form. This is the beginning stages of the cap trying to erode, right? So, all day long, we've been kind of waiting and wondering. In fact, it's actually kind of lifting off a little bit earlier than even expected, actually, in some of these areas. So I was looking at some of the high resolution models, and wow, I mean, as you get into, it could be. I mean, I'm looking. There were some supercells that were trying to blow up around Wichita Falls around 4 or 5 o'clock, and they just shift just north of the Red River border here in southeastern Oklahoma. That one looks nasty, folks. I mean, wow, that could be some 4-inch diameter hail producers, and possibly even a tornado, maybe even a long track tornado, if that does come to fruition, as some of the guidance is kind of hitting that. It's been pretty consistent on some of these high resolution model runs of pretty significant hail tracks. So hey Kelly, hey Casey, hey John, how's it going? How was your vacation, pal? Great. I was in the Caribbean, the last event, and yeah, vacation was cool. We just went down to the Caribbean, Honduras, Costa Maya, and what was it, Playa del Carmen. So about a week. And any thoughts on tomorrow's outlook? So yeah, so let's just talk about tomorrow real quick, while we are waiting for these supercells to kind of fire up. And so right now that's what we came on early, and but yes, tomorrow with that warm front lifting well north, definitely concerning now, as we swing all the way into. So this action right now is going to be shifting eastbound as we head into tomorrow. And look at that. I mean, now the warm front lifts so far north, and again, Ohio, that got hit around that 14th, 15th time frame of March, could definitely get hit again. They have a newly warned, upgraded moderate risk for just excessive tornadoes potentially tomorrow, big time hail producers. Some of these could be, some of the wording from the Storm Prediction Center is pretty concerning, folks. A potentially substantial severe weather outbreak, including a few significant, even long track tornadoes, is evident Tuesday afternoon into the evening, with a higher probability as we swing through the Ohio vicinity, and then southward into Tennessee. So this whole boundary here from Huntsville to Nashville to Knoxville, all the way down to Charleston to Louisville, especially as you swing further north, closer to that warm front, does include the Cincinnati region, Indianapolis, as well as Columbus. And it swings all the way north into Akron, Ohio, even Cleveland. So with that warm front lifting basically essentially all the way to Michigan almost, that puts that whole area into play. And even further south now. So this was an extension. Much of Georgia was not included in the risk, but now they are. So it's a slight risk, but still that is has basically expanded from what we were seeing just even into this morning's update. So this has been a significant upturn and severe weather. So we're looking at a fairly rare back to back. You got moderate risk back to back days of significant hail producers, anywhere from 3 to 4 inch hail producers with these systems, and some potentially strong tornadoes, even some long track tornadoes. So the way it looks right now, I mean, even tomorrow is more concerning than it could be today, if you believe that. So that's definitely concerning. So there's definitely a lot to take heed and get warning. I mean, if you're out and about, I mean, this is a wide swath from Texas to Oklahoma to Kansas, all the way to Missouri. And then this will go into an overnight threat and then swing back into the tomorrow afternoon. That's when things really get firing up again down there in Tennessee, especially there in Kentucky as we swing further north into Ohio. So that's going to be another significant day for sure. And I'll be probably likely coming back tomorrow and doing kind of some of the similar coverage I was going to be doing today. So definitely definitely a back-to-back risk looks to unfold over the next 24 to 48 hours. So that's why we're doing live coverage. Hey, let's talk about the Texas Oklahoma region. Yeah, so right now you can see we've got what do we got? There's 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's the more significant one. Looks like this one just popped up, some golf ball size hail with this one just south of Dover. This is in the Kingfisher area, just north of the Oklahoma City region. You can see most of these are going to be lifting off to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So that's a screaming, folks. It's going to be, these things are going to be flying quickly. So you're going to have little to no warning, unfortunately. Golf ball size hail associated with that one, and possibly some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Does include the Dover, Marshall, and Lavelle areas into north of the Oklahoma City region. So doesn't appear to be any tornadic activity as of yet. Again, it's fairly early. It's only 2:44, so we originally were going to be scheduled to go live here around 4 o'clock. So, but I was looking at some of the data and some of these watches, and starting to unfold, and things were starting to pop a little bit earlier than what I expected. Here's a special weather assessment. Typically, that's one step lower than what you would see when a minimal severe thunderstorm warning would take shape. So that's some 50-mile-per-hour winds, some penny-sized hail. So that just kind of goes to show you. So that's the beginning stages of possibly the cap trying to be overcome out there into West Texas. And once they break that boundary, that's the definitive mark there that we're kind of looking for. Once the cap fully erodes, then it's going to be all systems go, folks. That's when we could look at towering supercell thunderstorms, some 65,000 foot cloud tops. And that's where we could be seeing the most significant 3 to 4 inch hailstones starting to fall, and possibly some of those spin up tornadoes starting to get going. So definitely concerned about where the initial supercell is going to fire, because with this particular setup, it does appear once they start dropping these hailstones, they could lay down a swath that could go on for many miles. All right, so many miles. That is concerning. And some of these helicity tracks that I was actually looking at too, very concerning, especially just right where these areas into, Gainesville, Wichita Falls, the Ardmore region, back into Lawton. Some pretty significant high resolution data that we are getting into the kind of the extended range. Let's go over some of this. Okay. Yeah, let's let this run and let's let it load and see. I'll kind of show you what we're talking about. So we're looking at this is the latest run of the HRRR guidance. This is your kind of high resolution guidance model. This is an update from the 18Z. So this is actually extends to 48 hours. This is future radar, folks. This is future radar. So don't take this verbatim, but just kind of gives you an idea of what may be likely unfold later on tonight. So as we move the needle, this is about 4 o'clock, right? This is 4 o'clock. That would be about an hour and 15 minutes now. This is the supercells that I was kind of talking about. It's been really consistent of these larger, dynamics supercells trying to come to fruition. So those purples there, that definitely insinuates those cloud tops are really getting elevated out there by the 4 o'clock time frame and start producing the more significant hail. So we've seen some quarter size, some possibly some golf ball size as of right now. But once we get into that 4 o'clock time frame, it might up the ante a little bit, as you will, and get closer to that 3 and 4 inch diameter range. So this is by 5 o'clock, and this has been pretty consistent over the last 5 or 6 runs of the high resolution guidance of this possibly MCS, this nasty supercell coming to fruition and lifting northeast. It could be unfolding into the Vernon region, back into Wichita Falls. Again, this would likely be some significant hail core that would lead into right there into the border of the Red River, going into the Norman region, and all the way into the Oklahoma City region. This is by 7 o'clock potentially. So notice further south down in Dallas, right? So we talked about maybe a capping inversion would kind of limit the activity the further south you go. I do feel there's going to be a sharp boundary that would somewhat cut off. I mean, right now, I think this is pretty right is where the tornado watch is unfolding based on some of these higher resolution guidances. And so this is about 8 o'clock. Could have another supercell right within that boundary, right within that boundary of where the tornado watch is, back into the Gainesville region, into Wichita Falls, going through Ardmore, heading up into McAllister. And this is when things get really activated through Tulsa, down there in southeastern Kansas, and all the way up into portions swinging over into Missouri. And then again, this is just, don't take this verbatim. This is just a model run, right? But this is every single hour this comes out, and it definitely appears possibly by 9 o'clock. I mean, this is the latest run. It's an 18Z, so it puts out over 48 hours. This is where the cap would likely start to erode in further into the Metroplex, through Gainesville, back towards Denton, in towards the Fort Worth region. And if that does come to fruition, that would swing over the heart of the Metroplex from 9 to 10 o'clock. So this is around 10. This is more of a high resolution guidance. This is just a model run, right there in the McKinney region, through Sherman, towards the Red River, through Denison, and to Durant. So yeah, it definitely appears, if you live north in the northern areas, I would say north of I-20 for sure. North of I-20, you're definitely more susceptible to seeing some of the more significant, larger hailstones potentially. If you live further south, you're going to be hit with more of a capping inversion. It's not like you're not going to get anything. I just think you're going to be a lot more limited. And that's exactly where, the Storm Prediction Center has from that enhanced and shifting into that slight risk for storm. So I still feel like you could get some bigger time hail producers here, but these are going to be very isolated and not as significant. I think the updrafts with these would have still the potential of possibly golf ball size hail in some isolated areas further south into Waco, possibly Austin, even into the San Antonio region. That would likely not be rolled out. But the more significant hail would likely be north of the I-20 corridor, especially closer to the Red River you go. That's where you have a greater probability of seeing some of those more significant, larger hail. And then that would just swing further north and more significant into the Oklahoma City region, into Tulsa, and that would include eventually into the Fayetteville region. So this would be an overnight threat now as we get into the overnight, and then obviously dealing with some tornadoes as well. So this is about midnight. Now it's in Springfield, Missouri, back into the Jefferson City region, into possibly the St. Louis region, and then eventually swinging over into Indianapolis. So I think by then you would be done into much of North Texas, with the impacts from this system that's going to leave behind. The threat would move east of that area out of Oklahoma by then, and now would shift off into Missouri as we get into the overnight. So this would be 2 o'clock in the morning. So it becomes a nasty nocturnal threat, unfortunately, for Springfield back into the St. Louis region. These could have some strong tornadoes associated with them as well, and as well as some bigger time hail producers. That just extends along that warm front and into Indianapolis and back into Cincinnati as well. And again, that becomes just a overall heavy rain threat and some severe storms into the 3, 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock time frame, goes all the way up into Pittsburgh, right? So this is going to be an all-night threat. You're likely going to be see severe thunderstorm watches unload. And then once we get into tomorrow morning, notice a lot of the clearing, right? But then it comes back with a vengeance, likely, as this low-level jet will be tapped into those warmer air masses again. And that's when we could be looking at more significant threat tomorrow as we get into peak heating. This would be 4 o'clock in the afternoon, originating down further south into Memphis, lifting through the Nashville region, all the way through Kentucky. And then that's when it gets into the Ohio region, as things would likely turn nasty up there with kind of two squall lines coming across and moving through the evening time frame. So it's definitely kind of gives you a depiction on what's going to be happening potentially over the next 24 to 48 hours. So if you are just tuning in, we're doing extended live coverage tonight. This is going to be a big event. We are including Texas, we're including Oklahoma, we're including Kansas, as well as into Missouri, into the evening time frame. So between now and about midnight, that's where most, if not all, the activity would likely be. And as this continues in the overnight hour, swing through the Ohio Valley. So it's definitely a busy night, to say the least, and definitely significant as well as we've got pretty significant threat on the table. So um, hey Stormy, how are you doing? Hey, just thanks for the coverage. Hey, local office of McKinney. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, be sure to hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. I also have a second channel, so I'll be doing more coverage going forward on that one. That one's called Pal Ponder Ultra. So if you are subscribed to my main channel, Pal Ponder on Weather, be sure to check out my second channel, which is Pal Ponder Ultra, where I do extended coverage on that one as well. So I'll be starting to upload about 2 or 3 videos a week on that one with the extended coverage. So are going to have 2 channels, and I'm looking to really elevate that one as well. So I greatly appreciate all the support out there. And if you are following me on Facebook, just make sure you follow me and hit the like button as well. It definitely lets the algorithm know to kind of let everybody know that I'm actually, live right now. So all right, so it looks like we've got 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, so now it's kind of getting busier, right? So this one supercell, right? So this one supercell has kind of blown up with this hail core. This is originating golf ball size hail. So we have confirmation of some golf balls. That was that one storm that popped up about 15, 20 minutes ago in the Kingfisher region, north of the Oklahoma City region. Now it's got confirmed golf ball size hail with it, as that's the one that's racing northeast at 55 miles an hour as well. So this is your more significant, the most significant severe thunderstorm warning we've seen so far today. And this is, of course, going to be only only the beginning. So that's if you zoom out, I've got the current hail, what's happening right now. There's also another pocket just north of the Perry region. That's some more hail that's reaching the ground as well. That's one looks like to be just about the 1 inch variety. So this is again, this we're at the early stages. Things are just now kind of getting going with these supercells. Nothing like too intense as of yet, but we are definitely, based on that high resolution guidance, in about another hour or so, we're likely going to be seeing these supercells would probably come out of the west of the Abilene region that are just a mesoscale discussion now, would continue lifting northeast. And as it gets closer to the Wichita Fall region into Seymour, back into Vernon, that's when I think things start to really blow up across that region and continue lifting northeast. So we're just kind of looking for confirmation of the cap slowly eroding into these areas. And if we could put the storm motion on it, you can see most of the storm motion is going to be northeast at flying about 55 miles an hour for sure. Um, so yeah, looks to turn nasty before and after Nashville. What does this mean for flights into DFW land about 9:30? I would imagine, Candy, if you're trying to land about 9:30, that's going to be probably hard. You can imagine there's going to be a lot of turbulence in the atmosphere, and you would likely probably circle for a while. So it would probably not be safe. Looks to be have a squall line through the Metroplex by then. It's going to be a broken squall line, but you never know exactly what cities are going to get hit with that those supercells. But the updrafts alone, with these very dynamic updrafts, would definitely hinder flight landings for sure. They would not want to try to land in that type of turbulence. They would likely circle around for a while, and you would get delayed. So once we get past 10, especially 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's a lot safer. So just probably it's not bad of the question that you're probably going to get delayed on that flight. And you got to imagine all the stuff that happens before. So right now it's only 3 o'clock, right? So we're getting a lot of action right now. So once we get these towering supercell thunderstorms, a lot of turbulence up in Oklahoma, it's going to be kind of a chain reaction. So it's a widespread event. So even though it's not in your area, if you got connecting flights and flights in other locations, they get delayed. So it's a compounding step down process of delays and just with turbulent times. Where am I at? So I appreciate everybody following me right now. If you're just now tuning in on my YouTube channel, make sure you definitely hit the subscribe button. If you hadn't already, I'm definitely trying to hit 250,000 subscribers by the end of April, and right now I'm about 242,000. So definitely appreciate all the support out there. So we'll be doing more extended coverage, not only on my main channel, but also on my secondary channel, which is Pal Ponder Ultra. So I know it's been a while since I've done some live streams. I've had the last big event, unfortunately, I was out of town for. So I definitely missed that one, but I'm here. Through the heart of spring season. And all right. So yes, yeah, we went over the timing of it just about 10 minutes ago or so. Is there already a tornado watch issued for Ohio tomorrow? No, they won't issue a tornado watch that far in advance. Typically, tornado watches are issued, maybe an hour or two before possible things get going, but not a whole day. But yes, there probably will be. They're under a moderate risk. They will be having a tornado watch tomorrow. Yeah, so right now we're watching the beginning stages of the cap eroding here out in West Texas, which you're looking at prime activity right now into west of the San Angelo region just some mesoscale, low wind storms, not severe. This is the beginning stages of breaking the cap, right? This is and then once the cap breaks, then you'll have a lot more room to grow, and that's when things would explode in the upper levels, produce those bigger time hail producers, and drop those bigger hailstones, and possibly have some spin up tornadoes by then as well. So, and that's when they would continue shifting off to the east. So we're very early. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I really wasn't expected to go live until about 4. So I definitely came on a little bit earlier than what I was thinking. But we still have some significant storms are starting to build up there. This one's located near Marshall, Oklahoma. This has got, again, these are moving at 55 miles an hour. This is some 2-inch diameter hail. So if you live in the Perry region, Morrison, Red Rock, Marshall, back into Orlando, Lavelle, into Sooner Lake, those areas are under the gun to seeing that supercell thunderstorm lay down some quick golf ball size hail within this sector. All right, so nothing's happening right now in the Kansas City region. Most activity is in northern portions of Oklahoma and then far west Texas, and those aren't severe. So really, the only severe storms right now that we're looking at is going to be north of the Oklahoma City region. So that's where the more significant erosion of the cap is starting to show its signs within that sector. Hey, should I put my car in the garage? I live in Arbery. Hey, Monique. Yes, absolutely. Aubrey is under the tornado watch. And yes, the tornado watch would include some widespread large hail, possibly up to 4 inches in diameter. You never know where some of those larger hailstones would likely fall. But yeah, when you got a night like this, I would say anywhere in North Texas, Oklahoma into Kansas, if you have a carport, if you've got it undercover, or if you got a place to park your car, for the evening, I would definitely highly recommend that. So, and then secure loose objects as well. So you got to imagine there's probably going to be some 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, especially in this yellow shaded areas of wind gust alone. So, and you got to realize the movement on these are going to be 55 miles an hour. So once you issue these warnings like this, you're not going to have much time to react to get all the loose objects. So now is the time to do that. So if you got time right now, if you live in the Oklahoma City region, if you live within this yellow shaded area, I would definitely highly advise to just kind of go in the backyard, flagpoles, trampolines, anything that could be like a flying projectile if winds try to kick up to 60, 70 miles, 80 miles an hour potentially. You don't have to go find it in your neighbor's yard somewhere. So you're just trying to preempt, be prepared for what may be to come. So we can't guarantee it's going to happen. We hope it doesn't happen. But if it does happen, your car is undercover. You've got all the loose objects secure, and you did the best you could, right? And so that's all we can do, and you can put yourself out of harm's way. So that's why we're doing extended coverage. That's why they have these watches in place. A watch just means the ingredients are prime for these events to happen. It doesn't guarantee it's going to happen. It's just the ingredients are there. The dynamics could unfold. And so the watch is in place. And once the warning is in place, if we have confirmation on radar, confirmation from a ground spotter with a storm chaser, then they do in fact issue that warning. And that's when it's a little bit more serious that it's active and things are, getting going. Hey, Springfield, Missouri says level 3 threat, or is it level 4? Yeah, so let's go back to well, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't you know, okay, so basically the difference is don't get caught up in like the colors of where the moderate is where the enhanced is. It's all that really means is the the overall coverage. So if you have a moderate risk, that just basically implies you're going to be a little bit more widespread coverage versus what it is in enhanced. It has nothing to do with intensity. You're still going to have potentially the same intensity. You can still have some pretty significant hailstones, even in a slight risk. It's just more isolated nature. You understand that. So even further south into Dallas, you could still see some more significant hail, even within the even within the slight risk, because you do have a hatched risk. So all it means is it's going to be a little bit more isolated versus more scattered or more widespread. So that's really the only differences between enhanced risk and a moderate risk. Most of this was, in fact, issued for hail. That's really the main threat with this particular storm. And then you have the tornadoes, and some of them could be some longer track tornadoes closer into the Missouri region, into the Oklahoma region. Um, yeah, let's go back to that. Let's talk about this. All right, let's take this off. So, yeah, so here's what we're looking at. So they basically upgraded this earlier. So this is purple. So this implies you got a 45% probability. So all that means is, right? So within this purple shaded area, that's a big area, right? You have a 45% probability within a 25-mile radius of your home of seeing this more significant hail that's coming out of Wichita Falls, Ardmore, McAllister, Oklahoma City, the Tulsa region, those areas that have the more widespread. This area looks to be more widespread coverage, a more significant hail. This whole area is hatched. I mean, hatched basically means very large hail. Very large hail consists of 2 inches in diameter or greater. And that hatched risk, even though it does move to slight as you go into Austin and San Antonio, it's still hatched. It still could get some 2-inch hailstones even further south. It just means they're going to be more isolated. There's not going to be that as many potentially. So as you get into the red shaded area, then you have a 30% probability as you get towards Dallas and McKinney region. This is a more of a 30% probability. That just means it's a little bit more widespread than what they're going to possibly see in the Waco region. And then again, as you live further north and more of the purple shaded area, that's a 45% probability. So you have these zones to show you that you're a little bit higher impact. You could get impacted with some more, bigger hail, a greater probability because it's a little bit more widespread. And that would include all the way up into Springfield region, which answer your question now, into Jefferson City and back into the St. Louis region, would likely not get in there till closer to the 1-2 o'clock in the morning time frame. So if you are you listening to me from St. Louis, even though there's nothing happening right now and likely won't be happening for an extended period of time, you still need to probably, if you're heading to bed, tonight, to put your car under cover. So because this is going to be an overnight threat mainly for your area, and it's going to be in the wee hours of the morning. But by the time this kind of hits that region. So, and then here's your as we just kind of break down the different threats here, here's your tornado threat. So then you have your overall tornado threat, which is also hatched, right? Hatched means basically you have a strong tornado potentially. So the dynamics are there. You could see a stronger tornado of those EF2 type variety would include the Oklahoma City, Fort Smith, Tulsa, Fayetteville, Springfield, St. Louis, right? And then there's once you get into the brown shaded area, that is more like your 5% within a 25-mile radius, would include those areas into Wichita Falls, possibly McKinney, Plano, Sherman, those areas. And then further south, it's not non-zero, it's still a 2%. So it's not out of the question. Remember Frisco back a couple weeks ago, they were under a slight risk, still had a little mini spin up tornado. So it definitely can happen. It's not zero, but it's not widespread, right? Where they could potentially see it up into the Oklahoma City region. So yeah, we're mainly concerned with this setup with the very intense large hail and obviously tornadoes. Wind is going to be a big threat. especially as you head in towards more of that moderate and the you know enhanced risk areas back into Oklahoma and through Missouri here. Hey Amanda, watching from Melissa, going to be a wild ride. Yeah, I don't think it really kind of heads towards the Melissa region until like 9 o'clock. I would say 9, 10 o'clock, and it doesn't guarantee it's going to hit that area, right? I mean, these are again, if it's going to be more or less scattered and more isolated. So the further south you live in towards the Red River, they're going to become a little bit more isolated. But it's just one of those things that you really don't want this rain, right? It's a lot of it. A lot of you guys in the Metroplex and further south are going to be like, "Hey, it didn't even rain a drop at my house." Well, yeah, it's that's probably the case because there's only about 50% of the coverage. The Metroplex is actually expected to get even any rainfall. It's just the problem with these storms is if you do get rain, it's probably going to be in some form of severe weather in the form of possibly damaging winds or some larger hail. So it is definitely one of those evenings where it's like, hey, I need the rain. Not from this setup. I mean, there's other days that are going to give you more of a heavy rain threat. This isn't really consistent of a heavy rain threat in much of Oklahoma and much of Dallas into San Antonio. It's not considered a heavy rain threat or more of a widespread threat. This is an isolated, scattered, severe weather threat. And the reason why it's more intense because it's isolated and scattered. That's what makes it intense. If it was a more of a heavy rain threat, then it would be probably a lot more widespread. It's more, very complex, very on top of each other, and that's what would make it like less severe, right? That's what you actually saw the last two setups within Dallas. And even though were in a slight risk for some areas, I was saying, hey, the cap's strong, it's not going to happen. But we had some pretty good rains, right? It was like an inch or two of rain. This isn't it. This isn't like that setup, right? This is a completely different animal. So this is not that type of setup. If you're likely going to get rain, you're probably going to get like a quarter inch, maybe a half inch tops at most. We're not looking for that much rain with this system. It's mainly a severe weather threat and mainly a large hail threat, and then that tornado threat as you get further north into Oklahoma. So let's take this off and put the watches back on because yeah, we got people coming on. Yeah, so be sure to definitely share this video, let people know possibly in some groups out there that we are doing extended coverage throughout the evenings. Make sure you do hit the like button. It basically tells the algorithm that you value this content and they will share it with others. So the more people that can get this word out there, this is happening within their area, the better, right? Because this is definitely a significant event. You don't want to be out and about, especially trying to drive home from work. It's 3 o'clock, so we're about to hit almost prime time rush hour in about an hour or so. So if people leave, you know, they need to know like, hey, there's a potential that we could be looking at some significant hail maybe on your drive home. So you can have a plan B, so if you do get home, make sure you park it under cover, under a carport in the garage. If your garage has some stuff in it right now is probably a good time to kind of clear it out a little bit. I mean, it's better than safe than sorry, right? It doesn't take much. Sometimes it only has to hail for like what, 30 seconds, a minute. Doesn't really take long, right? But if you got golf balls falling on your truck, it's going to put some dents into it, right? And that's just a nightmare to kind of deal with, especially if it's more of a widespread event. I mean, these places get backlogged pretty quick. So the more you can use precautions, the better. I would just advise to safeguard as much as possible. Hey, what's the time frame in Princeton? That's like East Texas. I mean, it's probably not going to reach the Princeton area until about 9, 10 o'clock. Again, even then, it doesn't guarantee you can even get some storms because it's going to be a broken squall line as you get more into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So there's definitely going to be pockets there that are just going to miss it altogether. but there are also going to be some isolated supercells. You could end up with only maybe one or two supercells within the Metroplex. Sometimes that's all it takes, because once the cap breaks and lays down some big hail, that's likely going to have a hell swath for an extended period of time. So yeah, I mean, then there's obviously going to be gaps in the between there. So these are going to be isolated in nature. That's what makes them so severe. So there's definitely going to be cities that are just not going to get any rainfall whatsoever. So make, that doesn't guarantee you, even though we do have an enhanced risk in place, even a moderate risk in place, it doesn't guarantee you're even going to get some severe storms. These are definitely going to be isolated in nature, and you don't want one of these things tonight. You really don't. So hey, Richardson, Addison, North Dallas region. When does it start? So like, again, right now we're out in West Texas. I mean, the only activity right now is in West Texas. We do have a tornado watch Northwest Texas and the northern, into Oklahoma. We're watching the beginning stages of the cap trying to break. So it's probably not going to be in the Richardson area. Again, closer to 8, 9, 10 o'clock. It's probably going to be a while before it makes it into the Metroplex. The Metroplex, it was going to be 4 or 5 o'clock. We're not even there yet, out in Northwest Texas towards Wichita Falls. And then it's not supposed to hit the heart of the Metroplex not until between, say, 7 and 10. So it's like 7 is your western counties, possibly west of Fort Worth, and then moving through the heart of the Metroplex and then into east of the Metroplex towards that 10 o'clock. So you're talking like Princeton, it could be closer to the 10 o'clock time frame before they see anything, if they do see anything from this system. So right now, everything is west. It's still west of actually Wichita Falls. In fact, this one just popped up. So again, we're looking at the beginning stages. We got a special weather advisory now. Now it's borderline severe. So we've got again, this is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So this is for the Longworth area. This is coming near the Abilene region. So right now it's in West Texas near the Abilene region, and we're getting signs that the cap is slowly trying to erode. This one is borderline severe, moving at 60 miles an hour. Does include those areas into around the Abilene area, Sylvester, Needham at 325, Hamlin at 330, and Stanford about 345. So if you live in those zones, do expect to have some considerable wind gusts, possibly up to 70 miles an hour with the system, and potentially some quarter-size hail. This is right around Interstate 20 between mile markers 246 and 272. If you're a truck driver out there trying to get your bearings on where that particular storm is, it's near the Abilene region. So this would be, again, showing signs that the cap is trying to erode out there. And notice where that's at. So just because this is a slight risk, this is a marginal risk, this is actually outside of that risk. So you can still get these storms. I mean, the Storm Prediction Center, does their best to kind of give you a guidance on where these potentially could originate. This is actually outside of that region. So it's not like if you're not in the zone that you just can't get anything. Even say that if you're in the zone, you don't get anything either. So just trying to give you the best estimate of where these storms could potentially fire. So this is technically outside even the marginal risk here as this is getting going. And that's just the beginning stages. So the more signs we see of this, of these these stratus clouds, these are these more towering, cloud tops. These are the beginning stages of the cap, eroding. And once with that, there's no more, once there's no holes, once they poked all those holes in the atmosphere in the upper levels, it doesn't take much to produce these supercell thunderstorms. So right now we're at the fighting stages, right? It's these updrafts are pushing through that boundary layer and getting squashed down. They're pushing again, getting squashed down. So it's slowly eroding that system. So once it turns severe, that tells you that it's slowly trying to erode. Sometimes those could be elevated, forming on top of the boundary, on top of the capping inversion. And then once they possibly get to those golf ball size hail, you don't get that unless you've got some pretty high cloud tops as well. And that's likely when the cap would slowly erode, and then they become more surface based. And when they do that, that's when they could produce those even more significant hailstorms, and then possibly rotation at the surface, and be concerned about tornadoes at that point. So yeah, welcome everybody. Looks like I'm almost got 9,000 people watching me on YouTube. Greatly appreciate it. Appreciate all the support out there. If you're just now tuning in, if you're watching me from Facebook, definitely go look me up on YouTube, Pal Ponder on Weather. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you like the coverage. Lets the algorithm know that you value my content, and they'll push it out to others and let them know we're doing live coverage tonight. And make sure you follow me on Facebook as well. And I also have a second channel. It is the Pal Ponder Ultra channel. Well, I'll be doing additional coverage as well, likely 2 to 3 videos a week going forward on that particular channel. So make sure you head over there. Even though you possibly are subscribed to my Pal Ponder page, you can also subscribe to the Pal Ponder Ultra as well. So, and of course, it's free to do so. You just have to click the subscribe button. Hey, what's going to happen in Mississippi? Nothing's happening in Mississippi tonight, so everything's tomorrow. So nothing you have to be really concerned about in Mississippi tonight. Yeah, even down there towards the Houston Metroplex. I think all these kind of fade as they get further into East Texas and down towards the Houston region as we get into the evening time frame. Um, so I don't expect really anything. I had some questions about Houston earlier. I don't expect anything coming out of the Houston Metroplex as far as like severe storms. I think they'll all be kind of dying off by then before they make it into that area. So here's another one that's coming out of the Perry region. This is in Oklahoma. Another system that is moving at 55 miles an hour, but yet another system that also has that 2-inch diameter hail with it as well. So locations in the path of this one are going to be the Perry, the Morrison, the Red Rock, Orlando, back into Sooner. So those areas between now and 3:45 could potentially see some of those golf ball size hail potentially as this continues to lift northeast. This would be north of the Stillwater region and would likely be in line as we head towards Bartlesville. This is all within that moderate risk. So definitely, I'm expecting this whole area within this red to really start to explode in the coming hours. This is where they have more of a widespread. This again, it's a 45% risk of more numerous scattered severe thunderstorms. So those areas into the brown shaded area more enhanced. That's a 30% probability. And then as you swing further south into the yellow shaded area, that's more of a 15%, and it just gets lower from there. So just kind of gives you a depiction on what's happening. But I don't think it really gets into Springfield or St. Louis. It's going to be well overnight, folks. And it probably won't even reach the St. Louis region until likely past midnight. So right now, mainly the eyes are right in this boundary, just west of the Oklahoma City region, west of the Abilene region. This is where we're seeing the beginning stages of the cap slowly eroding out there into West Texas. All right, so I'm just curious how tall these cloud tops are. Yeah, we're getting there, folks. These are 50,000 feet. All right. So these are 50,000 feet. I think these have well room to go to 65,000 feet tonight, but 50,000 is fairly significant. That's got a lot more wiggle room to produce some of those bigger time hailstones. So we'll be watching this one because that definitely right. That I mean the cloud the capping inversions typically around 4 or 5,000 feet, right? So you got a 50,000 foot cloud top out there that is easily telling you, hey, that cap is no longer in place. So as this pushes further northeast, this whole area is going to be quickly eroding. So we should see these supercell thunderstorms start to initiate even faster now that we've got true signs of that that capping inversion is no longer around. We're going to see these more of these mesoscale complexes start to take shape, and once these get going, these are going to be moving 55 miles an hour. So and of course, as it continues doing that, it's going to move into a lot more favorable environment, right? So it's going to be heading through that slight risk to the enhanced and eventually heading through Norman. So this could be actually that supercell. The HRRR model was kind of hinting at getting closer to the Wichita Falls region towards that 4 o'clock. And that was the one that was potentially producing some more significant hail, possibly 4 inches in diameter, if that high resolution model does come more into fruition. So this definitely could be the beginning stages of a more significant hail swath starting to take shape, coming out of the Sweetwater region and eventually lifting northeast, getting through Seymour, possibly Wichita Falls into Henrietta, and these areas right here just north of Bowie into closer to like the Lawton, the Durant region, maybe even Broken Bow as we extend it through. This is where these helicity tracks are kind of hinting at more favorable environments. Did he already say when it was going to hit Little Elm? Hey, Whitney. Yeah, Little Elm is still a ways away. I mean, right now there's nothing in the Metroplex. The only severe thunderstorm is in Abilene. You know how far Abilene is from Little Elm? Pretty good ways. I wouldn't imagine it's going to hit Little Elm until closer to possibly 9 o'clock tonight, right? And there's no guarantee it's going to hit your city. It's just when the main broken squall line would likely be over that area. So that's what, 6 hours away? That's a long ways away until that would probably be. So nothing to worry about in the short term. Yeah, when things get going, I'll do my best to kind of keep track. It's always hard when you're by yourself and you're trying to cover multiple states with things getting going. It's not too busy right now, but I'm sure at some point tonight we're going to be, having 6 or 7 or 8 tornado warnings at the same time, and multiple states, and then we'll also have 10 or 12 severe thunderstorm warnings with some golf ball size hail and some tennis ball size hail all at the same time. So there'll be like 30 warnings all at the same time. So I expect it to get pretty crazy as we get deeper into the evening time frame. So I'll do my best to keep track with it for sure. But it definitely is difficult when you're by yourself and you're trying to do the best you can covering multiple states, as you will, because you can looking at the colors here, you can definitely see it's a pretty big widespread event. Hey, Janice. Yeah, Aubrey, 8, 9 o'clock. That's probably a good time, I would say, getting closer to that area for sure. Hey, Snowies, how are you doing? Good to see you on here. I know it's been a while since I've done some live coverage, so it's great to be on with you guys and interacting. A lot of times with when you're doing your videos, when I don't get the interaction, I do like that. I like the interaction with all my followers out there. Hey, what about Paris? Yeah, Paris is in East Texas. That's gonna be a while. Right now, everything's in West Texas, Western Oklahoma. Yeah, Springfield, Missouri just went under that tornado watch until 11 o'clock. So yeah, that definitely makes sense. So let's put that watch on there as these things are west of the Oklahoma City region right now. Let me take this off. And it might not updated yet, so it'll come in. All right, so I'm looking at the watch right now. It hasn't updated here yet, but all right, so yeah, so an extension into Fayetteville. New tornado watch includes parts of Kansas and Missouri. That includes Fayetteville, Springfield, Joplin, those areas into Kansas City. Um, that's through about 11 o'clock. So this would be an extension from this tornado watch up here into Kansas City, and that would extend into the Springfield region. So this will be highlighted here shortly. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, you can see where the active storms are. This is west of the Metroplex, actually in West Texas through Abilene, through west of the Tulsa region. These are just now kind of getting going. We've got 8 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Most of them are for some quarter size hail. There is one storm that does include some 2-inch hail at times. None of that significant hail yet, but I do feel as we get to that 4 or 5 o'clock, especially that 5 o'clock, by then we're probably going to have some 3-inch hailstones falling somewhere in the vicinity of Wichita Falls, I would imagine. Hey, I'm in Oklahoma City. Conditions are favorable for severe weather. I think we have more of a hail and a wind threat tonight. Yeah, they did up the ante on the tornado threat, though. You are under that tornado threat. This is a tornado watch that what does include the Oklahoma City region. It doesn't mean everybody's going to get the very large hail, but it definitely has the potential to some of these, updrafts to produce some 4-inch hailstones, right? So there's some 4-inch hailstones could fall out of the sky into the Oklahoma region. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, probably not out of the question, and some possible tornadoes, and they don't rule out tornadoes that could approach the EF2 type variety. That would be more of a stronger tornado. So we'll watch all this unfold, but a little bit concerning right now that storm in Abilene does have a 50,000 foot cloud top. So that is definitely getting there. It's taken on more of uh, a curvature appeal, so you can actually see the winds traversing northeast out of this system, and all this is helping to erode the cap as well. This spread of energy that's lifting northeast. Hey Hannah, anything for McKinney? Yeah, it's just going to probably be a while. I would imagine it's going to be closer into McKinney region by about 9 o'clock is probably a good guesstimate at this point. Right now, as you can see, McKinney's not even under that tornado watch. If dynamics still warranted, this would likely be extended before then. But notice the yellow shaded. This goes until 9 o'clock. So that's why I say 9 o'clock is probably a good guesstimate. It may be a severe thunderstorm watch by then, but I would likely say it would probably get extended as it gets closer. Hey, Colin, currently a scattered hail and a damaging wind threat. Hey, I just arrived from Marty, California. Never experienced this before. Yes, yeah. If you're coming from California, this is definitely this is new beast to deal with. They don't really, you know, very isolated in California to have a tornado or two, but this is prime time. This is heart of severe storm season. This is typically your one of your busier months. In fact, the next 6 weeks is your more busy times of the year. So yeah, but that's why we do storm coverage here. We've got watches. Watches just basically means dynamics are there, doesn't guarantee stuff to happen. I've seen numerous times where we've had enhanced risk and nothing happens, right? It just tells you the dynamics are there, it doesn't guarantee you storms will fire. So, but right now we're watching the building blocks of the pieces of the puzzle starting to come together and seeing more erosions. You can actually see the spread even further south of more, red and oranges starting to show up. So that just tells you now that the cap is no longer there, it's a little bit easier, right? It doesn't take much to tower these cloud tops even higher and higher and produce more rain at the surface and get more surface base to them as well. Pal, have you seen or are you close to those solar panel fields that got hammered? Oh yeah, I did read about that. That was they got, I don't know exactly where that was. I did glance at that story briefly. I missed it because I was out of town for that event, so I was doing the best I could. I was on my phone covering the event, but obviously, if I was in the middle of the ocean in the Caribbean, so I couldn't just follow it as much as I really wanted to. But I know that was definitely a nasty, nasty storm that went through. Hey, Sarah. So the cap has been broken. Well, where you're seeing those storms in Abilene, it has broken. It doesn't imply it's broken over the Metroplex. No, the cap is kind of a funny thing. We deal with that a lot in North Texas. You get this warm plume off of Mexico there, and kind of a drier slot. I mean, there's this very dry air, right? This whole area in West Texas. Um, Under drought conditions. They haven't been getting much rain. I don't really expect them to get much rain. So that is still going to be a hindrance, right? That's one of the things that actually keeps a protected lid over a good part of the Metroplex. It's at times because you get the southwest winds, it has to go over this particular air mass, and that a lot of times it gets dry slotted, and that uh, intrudes into that warm air aloft. And so sometimes the cap is our friend that produces that saves these thunderstorms to produce even more significant threat. But the guidance tonight is definitely hinting at a more broken line, especially further south. So if you live north, and that's why they do have that tornado watch in place. These areas into Denton, Graham, Wichita Falls, Gainesville, Ardmore, these are definitely more likely to have the cap broken, or just not much. There's nothing to stop these storms to produce clouds, towering cloud tops. Further south in Dallas, there's definitely a little bit stronger cap, right? So there's going to be pockets where they're going to be able to break it. And that's why it's a broken squall line, right? It's broken means there's going to be cities that just don't get hit at all. It's not a squall line. I say it's a broken squall line, but because it's more severe, that's why it's definitely more severe, because it's broken. Hey, Justin. Hey, appreciate your support. Yeah, Indianapolis, that forms along the warm front. So that would be likely heading into the overnight hours as we extend into Indianapolis. And then, so yes, we are looking for severe storms into the Indianapolis, but it likely doesn't get going there until later on into the overnight hours. Yes. Yeah, we went over some of the guidance for tomorrow. It definitely looks to be a nastier day for sure as we head into tomorrow with a pretty significant moderate risk as well. So we have a moderate now in Oklahoma, and we have yet another moderate as we head into tomorrow. So there's going to be a wave coming through Indianapolis tonight, but the stronger wave heads in tomorrow afternoon. And yes, it does include portions of the Indianapolis region, but definitely more severe and more significant, widespread, kind of like what they're probably going to be seeing in Oklahoma towards Cincinnati. Looks like there's already some severe storms trying to break out this borderline. So this is going to be a 1-2 punch. It's going to be a 2-day event. But yes, tomorrow definitely looks to be another significant day as that warm front has lifted pretty far north, shifting that threat further north as well. Hey, Karen. Yeah, please recap Dallas. Yeah, so everything's out West Texas. Dallas is not under a severe thunderstorm watch. They may extend it after 9 o'clock, but it would likely not be into the Dallas-Fort Worth area or, in the heart of Dallas and towards 9-10 o'clock. It's going to be a broken squall line by then. So there's definitely going to be a lot of cities that don't get hit at all. So it's only about 50% coverage with this setup in the heart of the Metroplex. So that means 50% won't see a drop. So I know sometimes you look at this and like, oh, we're under a tornado watch. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch. We're under enhanced risk. We're under a slight risk. It doesn't guarantee you get something. A lot of times it looks more severe because they're isolated. That's what makes it severe. It would be if it's more widespread, it's like less severe, because it's more of these complexes on top of each other. The separation is what makes them severe. Hey, how are we looking for McKinney and Prosper tonight? Thanks for all you do. Hey, Clint, how's it going? Yeah, so McKinney and Prosper, again, if these things are out in West Texas, it's probably going to be 9-10 o'clock. I would say a pretty good guesstimate. Right now, you're not under that tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch in the McKinney region. This one does, in fact, go to 9 o'clock. All right, so you can definitely see we've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings coming out of that main batch as these are moving at 55 miles an hour. Still kind of borderline severe at this moment. But upscale growth is maturing. You can see the feedback behind it. So that definitely gives you some hints of the erosion is in fact taking shape as we speak. Hey, Stormy. Yeah, just in case Pal didn't respond, won't be answering particular questions. Yeah, I'm trying to get to everybody, but these comments go because they come fast and furious sometimes. I understand isolated now, and that last storm, while you were on the cruise, I thought the world was going to end. My friend 9 minutes away said, "Yeah, I mean, it's the same deal, right? Cap eroded. What was it like Roanoke? I remember I saw a supercell thunderstorm, Double Oaks. I was getting messages." Tennis ball size hail in the Double Oak region. That's towards Flower Mound. It was that one supercell, folks, right? That's the one that traversed all the way through. It actually ended up leaving a spin up tornado into the Frisco region and then left a good swath of hail through Prosper. And eventually it even went all the way up into the Trenton, the Bailey, those areas. I was actually watching it on my phone. And so that, again, that one supercell, that's the one that left a swath of hail. So sometimes it's more severe than other. It pulses up and pulses down. But that one supercell, I think, was actually left a 28-mile swath of hail, throughout the Metroplex. And that did devastating damage to a widespread area. So I know Prosper got hit hard. Sometimes they had 2-inch diameter or possibly a little bit greater hail with that. That's what I'm talking about with this storm right now that we're seeing the beginning stages of north of Abilene. Based on some of the high resolution guidance we were coming out of Oklahoma, out of Wichita Falls, this may be the one that's definitely more concerning, could leave some long track, hail swath heading into Wichita Falls right there through the Red River. So I think this is the supercell that we're going to be on. That's going to be leaving a mark as we get over the next couple of hours. That this could easily swing through Wichita Falls, possibly the Lawton, Ardmore, Gainesville, and then elongating this down this region as it propagates, northeast. You can see the extension now. Now that we have the extension and of that brand new tornado watch that we went over, yes, it does include extreme portions of northeastern Kansas as well as western Missouri until 11 o'clock. Possibly few tornadoes possible. A couple of intense tornadoes at times. Not out of the question between now and 11 within that zone. 2.5-inch diameter hail and some potentially 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. It's still going to be a while because 11 o'clock is still a ways away, so it's still another 7 more hours. So they put these watches out, kind of well ahead of the storm. I mean, remember this watch right here has actually been out an entire hour already, and everything's literally just now coming into play. It's not even actually hit that this area as of yet. So they definitely give you plenty of time advanced warning. That's why these watches are just a watch. That's what it basically means. So they do that to, hey, secure loose objects, right? Put your car out of harm's way. Let friends and family know. Maybe have a safe zone. Talk to your kids. Kids are now just possibly starting to get home from school, right? Hey guys, we got severe thunderstorm warning. We got a tornado watch happening. Now here's the plan. We got a tornado warning. This is where we go. This is what we bring. This is the time that you can plan ahead. And so when they do issue a warning, you can take action, right? And get in that safe zone and put yourself out of harm's way. I was hearing some people that, hey, this is the first time I'm going to use my storm shelter. If you're one of the lucky ones that actually has one of those storm shelters, possibly at your house or in your garage or outside of your home, that's obviously one of the better places to go. But if you're inside your home, you need to have an action plan in place right now so the entire family knows what to do, if in fact a warning gets issued, because it's going to be one of those times tonight. These cells are moving at 55 miles an hour, so you're not really going to have much leeway, right? So they issue a warning, and even more significant hail. That's important, right? So these are some sirens are going to go off tonight, and they possibly could be for some tennis ball size hail. They changed the warning system. It's not just all specifically tornadoes now. It does include wind gust of 80 miles an hour. It does include hailstones of 2.7 or greater, right? So these warnings could go off on those three criterias. That's destructive hail, right? They do that because if you got a hailstone that's possibly could hit you in the head, then it's flying a tennis ball size hailstone. It's probably going to be flying about 80, 90 miles an hour out of the sky. Obviously, that can do some pretty good damage. You got wind gusts possibly going to 80 miles an hour. That's definitely hurricane force wind gust. That could do some damage. Obviously, if you got a tornado, that could do some damage. So that's why they went ahead and changed the criteria. If you got some sirens going off, it could be even for one of those three, because these watches right now include all three, right? 80-mile-per-hour winds, 2.75% hail or greater, and some potentially strong, tornadoes or even strong tornadoes. So you're probably going to be hearing a lot of sirens tonight, but it doesn't mean it's all specifically for a tornado. Hey, I appreciate the $1.99. I greatly appreciate your support. Hey, where has the best ingredients for a tornado? So let's go back to read this. Let me show you what we're looking at here. Yeah, it's mainly going to be right where the kind of the triple point, if you will, under this bullseye, if you will. It's getting busy. That's getting busy. Let me take this off. All right, so let me show you. All right, so the greatest probability, all right, within this black shaded area, right, where this yellow shaded area, this is your 10% probability, and this is also your hatched probability. So this is would be your greatest probability: Oklahoma City, the Fort Smith region, the Tulsa region, Fayetteville, Bartlesville, Joplin, Springfield, up to Jefferson City, up there towards St. Louis region. That would be your little bit more favored area of possibly seeing a tornado, even a strong tornado. You can see the beginning stages on the outskirts of that line. That is just now entering the picture within this sector. So this goes until 9 o'clock. And as you extend into St. Louis, it goes into 11 o'clock. So yes, that would be your most favorite area to see the tornadoes, if not almost strong tornadoes. Hey, curious about what time and Prosper? Yeah, probably about 9, 10 o'clock is the best guesstimate right now. Yeah, nothing in Prosper. If you can see, this is your current radar. Nothing there. This is out in Abilene. That's probably a couple hundred miles away, right? You get in the car. How long does it take to go to Abilene? Probably 3 or 4 hours, right? So it's still a ways away, even though it is moving at 55 miles an hour. Hey Scott, what time in Trenton? Yeah, that's going to be even longer, right? That's Northeast Texas. That could be 10, 11 o'clock. And I mean that is this, but maybe not even a guarantee that you're under. I mean, even severe by then. We'll have to watch all this evolve, but yeah, it's Trenton, Leonard. That's closer to 9, 10 o'clock. Probably after 10 o'clock if they do in fact extend the severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Hey, Michael. Hey, greatly appreciate the support. Thanks for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. Hey, I wonder, does Powell have a storm shelter? No, I do not have a storm shelter. Hey, David Thomas, are you working hard or hardly working? Hey, what does the brown color represent? Right now, we're on the tornado parameters. This kind of shows you is a 5% probability of seeing a tornado possible within a 25-mile radius of any given point within the brown shaded area. So it's not zero, but yes, there is a possibility. There's definitely a low wind tornado risk for Dallas tonight. The main threat is hail. Second threat is damaging wind. The tornado threat is low. It's actually considered low. It's considered moderate or even higher up here in Oklahoma. All right, so let's put those watches back in place. Right now, we have not had a tornado warning as of right now. Just right now we're in the eroding of the cap process. Typically, once the cap erodes, then you can get more surface based, and then you have more of a potential for tornadic spin up. But we're definitely filling in the gaps here. Okay, so here's your more significant hail. Now this is all right. This is potentially some tennis ball size hail. This is tennis ball size hail coming out of this system, possibly some 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is located over Nougat. This is moving east about 45 miles an hour. A very destructive storm. This is baseball size hail coming out of this system. This is around Truby. Let's zoom out here. Let's get our parameters. Okay, this is the system. Remember that was the supercell that had some 50 foot cloud tops. Yeah, now we're talking golf ball size hail, right? So this is getting up to tennis ball size hail, even possibly baseball size hail. North of the Abilene region. This is north of the Abilene region. This is under that severe thunderstorm watch zone. And so this will continue lifting northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's a pretty massive hell swath right there. So you can actually see the hail here. Wow, 3 inches, folks. 3 inches diameter right now, 3.3. So we've got confirmation that is significant baseball size hail coming out of the Howley region. This is just destructive storm. So anything this is hitting, this is taking out windshields, folks. This is definitely taking out some windshields up there north of the Abilene region. And if we put the movement on this storm, you can see it continuing to intensify, right? That is the cap, right? That's the cap totally gone. It is completely gone now. And now we're seeing that more significant hail, destructive. This is considered a destructive storm, sending basically missiles out of the sky and poking holes in your windshield. If this is baseball size hail, which is the model is depicting right now, this is current hailstones, 3.23 inches, right? That is significant. That's going to take out, that's definitely going to do significant damage to anything it touches. Very dangerous storm as this is continuing moving northeast out of the Haley region. This is north of the Abilene region. So if you live in Albany, if you live in the Albany region, I would definitely take cover, right? This is going to be on your doorstep. In fact, they've already issued that severe thunderstorm warning. They went ahead and extended it for getting into the Albany region. So this does include Truby as well as McCarthy. So those areas as this destructive storm out in West Texas. This is out in West Texas. I think this could potentially make it to the Breckenridge area. So once we get these cloud tops as high as they are, it's going to be a while, folks. This is what we were talking about. These supercells like this. Once we get some of this tennis ball, baseball size hail on the ground, this is likely going to be bringing a pretty significant hail swath, likely for an extended period of time. So if you're looking at longer range, and if you're looking at this, I would definitely take heed into the Breckenridge area, definitely in Albany. This looks to be on the pathway of this particular supercell, maybe trying to continue to move off to the northeast, possibly the Weatherford area, the Middle Wells area, just to kind of give you your bearings. We definitely have confirmation of this supercell totally exploded, right? I mean, this is the most significant of the day of this massive hail core down there into the Abilene region out there in West Texas. You can see this massive hail core, right? Look at all that gray. This is a massive hail core coming out of Haley and not going anywhere, right? It's not coming down anytime soon. So this could be the beginning stages of a more significant squall, this mesoscale convective system, this destructive hailstorm moving east, heading directly to the Albany region. So if you're listening to me and if you got friends and family that that might live in the Albany region, you need to text them, you need to call them, you need to do whatever you can to let them know we've got a destructive storm. Could potentially leave some baseball size hail, knocking out anything in its path, wind chills, doing significant damage to their roofs. Anything that touches, that's going to be doing some major damage, I promise you. And it's always scary when these things come through people's windshield because it gets very dangerous. You got to protect yourself, possibly briefcase, purse, whatever you can. Even with moon roofs, definitely close those things. Because these things you gotta remember they're coming at you like missiles, like 90 miles an hour out of the sky, a good 60,000 feet, right? So these are going to be probably some significant hail tops now coming out of this region. Yeah, so definitely 45, 50,000 foot cloud tops just north of the Abilene region. So yeah, some pretty significant cloud tops unfolding with that nasty hail core. Look at all that deep purple and that blue there. That's even more significant hail coming out of that system. I'm here for the party. How about Van Alstyne, Texas? Yeah, Van Alstyne's just kind of north of the Metroplex. That's probably going to be closer to 9, 10 o'clock. But we're getting going now, right? We see a lot more activity just west of the Metroplex here with the one big time supercell coming in. Right now coming into range. But yeah, that's leaving some pretty significant hail, and you can see the hail swath already starting to come to fruition. So this was the system. Remember, this was the system that originated in Sweetwater. This was the beginning stages of that severe thunderstorm warning. Started off as a mesoscale discussion, less than severe, turned severe in Sweetwater, and then as it eroded the cap, it got stronger and stronger, and now the cap is completely gone. And now that hail core is up to 2 3 inch 3 inch 3.5 inch almost potentially, as this is making a target towards the Albany region. So if you live in the Albany region, you need to take heed, as well as the Breckenridge region. So you're not under that severe thunderstorm warning right now, but you better believe it, that will likely continue, as this hail swath is going to be on the ground for an extended period. I can almost promise you right now, it's going to be on the ground for an extended period of time for sure. All right, so if we expand the view, look at the big picture. Looks like we got yet another system towards the Bartonsville region. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is into the Oklahoma region. Again, most of them are going to be moving 45, 55, sometimes upwards to 60 miles an hour. But yes, that's another system that looks to be just north of the Bartersville, maybe closer to the Coffeeville region. So I would likely say Coffeeville is more in line. That would be in Oklahoma, north of the Tulsa region. Hey, weather on the go. Hey, man, appreciate the support out there. Thanks for watching the channel. Definitely appreciate the donation. Thanks for all you do. You got a fabulous channel on your as well. If you don't know it too, he's weather on the go. He's got his own YouTube channel as well. So definitely give him a follow as well. He has great coverage. He really knows his stuff. Hey, were there any updates in McKinney area? I'm late. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so McKinney's probably not going to be in that neck of the woods until closer to about 9, 10 o'clock. So they are just outside of that tornado watch, and this one expires at 9. So most of the high resolution guidance was putting possibly that broken wave, that broken line more towards that 9, 10 o'clock time frame. So you still got a ways. It's only 4 o'clock. Hey, what about Oklahoma City? Yeah, so we're just watching this storm. I think things get going in Oklahoma City 6, 7 o'clock. I think it's going to be lit up like a Christmas tree as we get towards 6, 7 o'clock for sure in Oklahoma. Things are going to get probably nasty. So this is definitely the calm before the storm. You're under that tornado watch until 9 o'clock, and they'll extend it if they need to. So most of the high resolution guidance was putting some significant supercells closer in this region. So remember, this one already broke. So this is going to be the culprit of breaking this atmosphere, and it could unload this complex of storms lifting into Wichita Falls as well as in Oklahoma. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, greatly appreciate it. Make sure if you are following me on Facebook, make sure you head over to my YouTube channel, give it a thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. I do daily breakdowns. I did one this morning on my main channel. I also have a secondary channel as well, Pal Ponder Ultra. So definitely give that a like as well and a follow. I'm going to be doing a little bit more updates on that one, possibly 2 to 3 videos a week to kind of give you bonus coverage, if you will. Definitely going to be kind of sprucing up my live stream. So we'll be after this main system comes through, I'm going to be doing some pretty hard focus on trying to get my live streams better. So that's definitely the goal. Hey, will the watch expand to Collin County? So uh, I would say it would. I wouldn't say it's possibly a tornado watch. It would likely be a severe thunderstorm watch if it does, in fact, get extended, which I think it will. But that would likely not start until 9 o'clock. Yeah, so thanks all the support out there. Be sure to like the video, like Facebook, and share. Please share with your friends and family, maybe some groups out there. You just want to let everybody know I'm doing extended coverage, live coverage. There's doesn't have to be a tornado on the ground, doesn't have to be constructive hail on the ground. We're with you from start to finish, right? So we came on live for about an hour and a half ago now. This was right when sometimes before these tornado watches, the severe thunderstorm watches were actually issued. So I always like to stay on board from start to finish. So these go until 9 o'clock. So obviously I would at least be on here through 9 o'clock. So it's probably gonna be closer to 10, 11, 12 o'clock. We'll see how it goes, but it's still early on. It's only 4. Just know I'm going to be here, for a good part of the evening. Hey, car already parked in the Allen Event Center parking garage. Thanks, pal, for all your insight. Hey, William. Yeah, no problem. Hey, it's better than mid safe and sorry. We know this is if you live in Texas, these systems come through, right? I mean, this is what it is. This is what Texas is like in the springtime. You get systems, right? And this is prime time. This is April. May is also a busy month. April is actually probably our busiest severe weather month. So for the next 6 weeks, it looks active, folks. So expect more storms like this. Just expect it. It's you live in Texas and that's you live in Oklahoma. This is this like prime time season. So we are under the El Nino inducement of this subtropical jet, but we are going into La Nina. You got to remember we are heading into La Nina as we get closer to summer. So, as active as it's going to be, it's probably going to have a switch turned off quickly once you get these a little bit more El Nino dynamics kick in, and we get closer to probably June. So. We'll just have to watch it. Still early on. It's only April 1st, and we're just now getting going into severe weather season, which typically, of course, you can have severe weather 12 months out of the year, but prime time is basically the middle of March through the middle of June. That is your prime time season. Those 90 days are the busiest it's probably ever going to be for severe storms. And so we're getting towards the peak of that, right? You get towards that second half of April. That's when things can really start getting amped up some years, right? And this definitely looks to be one of those years that is above average, right? So it's actually been, honest with you, it's been fairly quiet technically as far as averages are concerned. Tornadoes are down. We're still well below average where you would typically be, as of right now. But you get into some active times that quickly could start to erase pretty quickly as you get into more favorable type setups and you start getting closer to the averages and even above average tornadic activity. But hey, how's Sherman looking like? Yeah, Sherman is Sherman's more in line, folks, right? I mean, this is that supercell that's out here in West Texas. Looks like that hail core has lessened a little bit. It's not as significant as it was, but still leaving some pretty big hailstones down there, heading towards the Albany region. Let's look at that hail swath. You can see the colors. It kind of peaked there about 3.5 inches or so. And some of the colors are starting to come down closer to 2 inch. So still significant, right? 2 inch hail is nothing to play with. That's like ping pong size. But it's not the 3 inch. I mean, 2 inch can go through your windshield, but it's mainly the 3 inch, or those are the scary ones. That they're like missiles that come out of the sky and can leave obviously even significant damage with those systems. But yeah, if you're in the Sherman area, I would definitely be on the kind of the lookout for this storm right here that's in Haskell now as it continues lifting northeast. That kind of puts your area into a little bit more favorable area as this would continue to lift northeast. And you can see you're just on the outskirts of that tornado watch through 9 o'clock. All right, let me zoom further north. Let's not missing anything. Again, we have not. If you're just now tuning in, it's mainly been severe thunderstorm warnings, right? So most of them have been borderline severe, but we have seen a couple of storms now that have taken on more of that golf ball, that ping pong size, and then now we've had that one storm down in the Haskell region that's elevated to that baseball type size. So that's been as of right now the most significant storm of the day so far. That's probably just the beginning stages of what could unfold as we get deeper into the evening. But here's the broad scope of it. We got the warm front up here into the Ohio Valley. We're just getting some borderline, less than severe storms through Cincinnati. Nothing terribly to be concerned about up there. Coming through Chicago. What's ironic, this storm, I mean, this is going to continue east, right? So we have that threat tomorrow into the Ohio Valley region, the upper Midwest, but it's actually going to be taking on a significant winter storm, if believe it or not. It's a pretty powerful cold front for April standards. That's going to come through Texas. You're going to be like highs in the 50s and low 60s on Tuesday. And then you can have some wind chills closer to freezing down there in the Metroplex. And this all shifts east, and then it really starts to wind up as it goes into the northeast. And yeah, you're talking snow, folks. I mean, this is April, not out unheard of, but this is going to be wrapping around and leaving a pretty good snow swath through Michigan, through Wisconsin, and even far south into Chicago. Right? Yeah, you could be left with 1 to a couple of inches of snow on the backside of this system as it moves out. But Maine, those areas into ski country up here just could get crushed with heavy snow as we head into starting on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then even into Saturday. It's going to take a while to get this system out of here. And you could be left with some significant snow totals, maybe upwards to 2 feet in spots, and to a good part of Maine. So winter is definitely hanging on. And as wet as it's been up there, and there's going to be a ridge that's going to be building on the backside. And so you should start shutting off the taps, and the rain's going to be gone, the snow's going to be gone, and you'll have some clearer skies. And that actually could set up some very nice solar eclipse viewings up there into the Niagara Falls region, maybe a good part of Maine. That honestly right now looks to be the best viewing spot in America is in the state of Maine, as it clears out and you have a little bit more clearing with clearer skies up there by then. But let's get back to business out here into West Texas. You can, again, you can definitely see the elongation. Remember, we've got the slight risk does include all those areas down to San Antonio, Austin, Killeen, and to Waco. And we're seeing the back building process. This is what I call back building. These are towering supercells that form along this boundary, and it starts to erode the capit inversion, and you start to get these cells start to pop up and move off to the east. Hey Roy, hey, my favorite weather YouTuber. I'm in McKinney. All right, cool. And about to put that hail protector on. That's awesome. I would love to see you stream Storm Chasers during the live. Yes, that's one of the things I'm going to be looking into. I would love to add that to my channel. So that's definitely the goal after we get past this little more active time on Tuesday. The focus is going to be is trying to beef up how I present the videos and definitely the live streams going forward. So that's definitely a goal to possibly have a chaser or two with me on my live streams, so you can see real-time action. So that's definitely in the works. Definitely makes it a little bit more fun and makes it more hands-on, experience. You can get some real-time action like, some of the other channels do. I've got friends in San Antonio. Yeah, chasers would be awesome. That would, yeah, definitely be cool. Yeah, so it's just yeah, just getting going. Definitely everything's out in West Texas. This is all continues moving northeast, rapidly moving northeast, 45, 55, sometimes 60 miles an hour. Nothing tornadic as of yet, but it's likely going to be a matter of time now, not that probably far away, as some of these cloud tops are, in the 50,000 foot range. That's plenty of room to get some surface based instability in there and starting to have that area rotate. So we're watching this right now. It's mainly a hail threat at the moment, and more significant hail threat. Here's one. Here's a golf ball size hail just north of Bartersville. We've been tracking the supercell for a while now. Golf ball size hail. Locations in the path are South Coffeyville, Copen, Wayne, into the Big Heart region. So if you live north of the Tulsa region, up towards north of Bartersville, that's dropping some golf ball size hail in its wake, and that continues to moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. Next in line is the Coffeyville region, would likely extend into Independence and the Parsons, possibly into Joplin eventually. There is another little cell up here north of Kansas City. That's just borderline severe, not terribly too concerning right now. Hey, love your channel as well as the Power Pow. Yeah, the app. Yeah, the app as well. So I do have my own weather app. A lot of people probably don't know that. But if you're on both Android and Google, Apple Play Store, you can find Pal Ponder on Weather. Just look me up on the App Store and then download the app. So pretty cool. Just put your location in there. It'll give you a 7-day forecast. It's got radar on there. It's got some future radar depictions. It's got even the 6 to 10 day outlook, the 8 to 14 day outlook, the last 12 or 24-hour precipitation map. It's got all different radars to choose from, about 6 to 7 different radars to choose from. It actually has all my videos on there as well. You can actually watch it from the app. So pretty cool, pretty cool feature. So definitely check it out. Go download it if you hadn't already. I call it POW in a pocket. So you always got POW in your pocket, right? In Celeste, any chance of tornadoes? Probably less likely. I mean, you're in East Texas. I would imagine if this gets extended, it's probably going to be a severe thunderstorm watch, and it's probably going to be definitely less severe as you get, further into East Texas, as that would likely be towards, 10, 11, probably towards 11 o'clock by then, if it even makes it into your area. All right. So that one storm has pulsed down a little bit. So yeah, it's not always going to be, tennis ball or baseball size hail the entire way. So you're going to have pulses up and pulses down. Still golf ball. That's not any, that's still significant by any stretch of the imagination, but it's basically the same cell that originated in Sweetwater is now over what, Shackerfield Stevens County line. Those in McCarthy Lake area, just north of the Abilene region. So it's already been on the ground for a pretty good swath of, and you can see the hell core it's actually left in its wake as of right now. It all originated back towards Sweetwater, and it's continued lifting northeast. And like I said, this is the hell swath I think would likely, you know, be on the ground for an extended period of time, as now that hell core is approaching the Albany area. So it's still, it's still got, what is it? inch and a half, inch, yeah, 1.75. That's golf ball size hail, folks. I mean, that's definitely does damage. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. Definitely put some dents in your car and definitely poke some holes in your roof and definitely cause some damage up there. So that's going to continue lifting off to the northeast. So that would likely put Breckenridge, maybe north of Breckenridge, more into play now, and the coming 30 or 45 minutes. Hey, how's Ohio looking? Yeah, main event in Ohio is tomorrow. So we do have a warm front up there. Some severe storms in the overnight, but the main event in Ohio is going to be tomorrow. You can see some storms right now in the Cincinnati region. Not terribly too concerned. These are not even severe, actually. So you could get some activity, but yeah, definitely going to be more favored tomorrow as all the dynamics is over, Nashville, Kentucky, and as the warm front lifts all the way up into essentially Michigan by then, that puts that whole area into play. Hey, is the cap going to dissipate over Melissa? Um, I mean, it's possible, right? I mean, it's probably going to be more of a broken squall line. Again, I can't tell you, each individual cities are going to get hit with severe weather tonight or even rain. It's going to be, like a broken squall line, right? A broken squall line means about 50% of you get rain. It doesn't mean you get severe storms. You just get rain, just rain. And that means the other 50% really doesn't get a drop. So there's going to be a very, very small percent that has, severe storms, and even smaller percent to have potentially some larger hail, with this system. Hey, main time frame, Raymond, and Frisco and Salina region. Yeah, probably closer to 9 o'clock, right? So we're at 4:20 right now. And storm motion is about 45 50 miles an hour, and right now it's towards Abilene. This is in Abilene. It's west of Wichita Falls, west of Graham. So it's pretty good ways away, right? Still pretty good ways away from you. So that's why I was like, hey, 5 hours from now it's probably going to be over your neck of the woods. Yeah, but most of the high resolution guidance was showing a supercell closer to Wichita Falls as we get towards 5 o'clock. So originally I wasn't even planning to go live until 4, so I definitely came on earlier than expected. I just kind of wanted to show you the origination of everything, how it's going to unfold as we get deeper to the evening. It's always cool to watch it start, right? Watch the it's not severe, and you watch the process of mesoscale discussion. The cap broke. It's got a little borderline severe. We saw that one storm came out of Sweetwater, ballooned up to 50,000 foot, and then bam, we've got confirmation tennis ball size hail, then blew up again near Holly, and that was the most significant storm of the day. So it's always cool to watch the transition of the atmosphere, watching the dynamics unfold, and watching it live, real time of just the whole. I mean, the atmosphere exploding. I mean, you got to take it's massive amount of energy. So there's a lot of room between, where you are at the surface is, right around 500, 700 feet in elevation, and you're talking 50,000 feet. So, right, you got to go from that to 10 miles up in the atmosphere. So that's a pretty cool dynamics taking shape in the upper levels, and just kind of watching that, all unfold on the radar is really cool. And then, of course, once that does, then boom, that puts other areas into play. Hey, they are calling for 25 to centimeters of snow into Ontario. Yeah, that's possible, Stephen. Yeah, pretty good, pretty significant event as that low pressure center likely extends into the 980s range. Pretty significant low pressure lifting northeast in the coming days. So yeah, I mean, those areas were pretty warm. We were in a stronger El Nino, and now that El Nino is losing some of its luster a little bit, you're definitely getting more areas like in the Dakotas, like into Minneapolis and Wisconsin, that they've been so deficit of snow. Now that the overall patterns really kind of changing now, you're starting to change the trajectory of these low pressures. And now these areas that have been so dry on the snow front is finally coming into play. But this is typically when you probably don't want it. It's like it's April. I'm ready for it to warm up by now, and now it doesn't want to warm up. But there is going to be a ridge coming in once we have that big snow swath come in. There is going to be a more significant ridge building into those areas into the Great Lakes and the Northeast, and especially in New England as we get closer to definitely by Sunday. That's going to start building in. Hey, a bit of snow and rain in Albuquerque. Yeah, you're on that backside of that cold front. So there's definitely a cold front, and the goods and bads about the cold fronts is once this cold front moves through, it kind of clears the atmosphere. So this cold front is what, in New Mexico right now. So this is going to move through. This is expected to be across the Dallas-Fort Worth area probably sometime around sunrise tomorrow morning. So that kind of gives you an idea of where that's going to be and how it moves through over the next, 15 or so hours. And then, of course, once that moves through, a lot cooler air, you're not in that warm air mass anymore. Things rapidly clear on the backside. Unfortunately, we couldn't time that with the old eclipse. If the eclipse was more of a Wednesday and Thursday, you'd have really clear skies and really nice conditions and very nice viewing conditions because you're on the backside of that cold front. But unfortunately, timing is everything in weather, and the eclipse is not until Monday. So that gives you plenty of time to regenerate the atmosphere. And you go through those nicer days on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then the clouds start coming back on Friday. And then especially as we head into the weekend, and then the next system approaches by next Sunday. And then, yeah, we could be looking at more rain and severe storms possibly as we head into the eclipse day on Monday into Texas, into Oklahoma, right? So it's just one of those things that it's not going to be the best viewing if you live further south in the Southern Plains for the eclipse viewing. That's why I was saying ironically, it's going to be the Northeast, and up here in the Maine is probably going to be the best viewing with this ridge building over the top here and clearing out the atmosphere over that Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday area. Very unsettled weather as you get further south into the Southern Plains. But yeah, you're going to feel this cold front. I mean, you're going to need a jacket as you swing through, especially heading into tomorrow. It's going to be a little chilly, definitely about 15 to 20 degrees cooler in Dallas than it was today. And then especially on Wednesday morning, I mean, some areas could have some freezing wind chills when you wake up. So you're definitely going to feel this front, even though it maybe only last a day. You're definitely going to feel it as going to feel a bit more like winter. Hey, did he say the severity in Prosper? Yeah. So on Prosper, you're not officially actually into that tornado watch. It would probably get extended into a severe thunderstorm watch. Yes, you could get some, potentially elevated storms by then, could have some larger hail. That's not out of the question. Doesn't guarantee it. But we'll be watching this. It's probably closer to that 9-10 o'clock time frame. We haven't seen any tornado warnings as of yet. Likely, that's not like that unheard of with this system as of yet. But I do feel as we get closer to that 6 o'clock time frame, we're probably going to be lighting up the atmosphere, and it's probably going to be in the Oklahoma region as this supercell right here gets mixed in this. It's going into prime time, right? This is now these dynamics. It's already been proven to leave some, baseball size hail at times with this system. Now it's going into a lot more favorable environment, as we already know the cap is eroded. It's not going to take much to really spin up these surface based instability pretty quick. And it still has some golf ball size hail, and that's the system that we warned about in Breckenridge. So if you live in the Breckenridge area, this would likely be extended in this region, just likely just a tad bit north of the Breckenridge. Still have some golf ball size hail with this, definitely doing some damage. And this would again extend into the Graham region, Newcastle, Olney, those areas, possibly into Bridgeport, into Bowie. Not out of the question to this continuing to pulse up and pulse down. This is the same system that originated out in Sweetwater that left the biggest hail in Haley just about 30 minutes ago, and now this is a continuing to shift off to the northeast. Hey, further south in the Waco region, yeah, Waco is under that slight risk for severe storms. Again, this would likely be if the severe thunderstorm watch would probably get extended as we get after 9 o'clock. And it's probably not going to be in the Waco region until closer to that 9-10 o'clock time frame. And this is going to be a little bit broken squall line. So the further south you live, the less severe is going to be. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely weakened out west. It's definitely not a. There is no cap out west with some of these supercells. But as this environment gets closer, that's going to erode the cap. So the cap, to answer your question, the cap is still fairly strong over Dallas. That's why nothing's happening, right? So everything, your lift mechanism is still way out west. This is the culprit that's going to erode that cap as it gets closer. But yes, the most significant event tonight is going to be this yellow shaded areas northward. So if you live in the yellow shaded areas, you're under the tornado watch as we speak. And further north, you get into Wichita Falls, Ardmore, Oklahoma, the Lawton region, Oklahoma City, the Tulsa region, heading into Missouri. Yeah, those things could get a lot more severe as we get deeper into the evening. Up here in this yellow shaded area, you have the potential to see 4 inches in diameter. So that's softball size hail, folks. So we've already had confirmation in Haley about 3 and a quarter there. Denton County, well, that would it's probably you're not technically that far away. I mean, this is Denton County, which includes portions of this area right here. That system is west of Graham. So you're probably, I don't know, 2.5 hours away, I would say. Hey, thanks everyone for tuning in to live coverage, watching live coverage. We are on Facebook and YouTube. So if you're watching me from Facebook, make sure you head over to the YouTube channel and definitely hit the like button as well as subscribe to the channel if you hadn't already. And I do have a second channel as well. So that is the Pal Ponder Ultra channel. So make sure to check that out. I'll do kind of bonus coverage on that one, 2 to 3 videos a week. So definitely check out that channel as as well. Yeah, so right now we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings in place. We don't have any tornado warnings as of right now, but it's probably only a matter of time as the dynamics get a little bit more favorable as we get closer to that 6 o'clock time frame. Yeah, so head over to the Pal Ponder Ultra. That's my second channel. Make sure you hit the subscribe button there. uh, Koji looks like a 40% chance of storms at 8 p.m. tennis ball size hail and the storm and Oklahoma Kansas border. All right, so let's go back and kind of zoom in. Yeah, so this is the one right now. Okay, yeah. So yeah, those deep purples. This is definitely exploded. Yeah, this is the storm that was north of Bartersville, heading to Coffeeville. So this is the one now has blown up to tennis ball size hail. So the tennis ball size hail radar indicated from this storm that's heading towards the Coffeeville region. Tennis ball size hail, Independence, the Cherryvale, and the Caney. Deering, those areas into Peru, Liberty, all those areas are under the gun to seeing that more significant hailstone come out of this system. This has been a system that we've been kind of tracking. This is continue lifting northeast, and now it's setting its sights on the Coffeeville region, splitting the uprights between Independence, possibly Cherryvale is in the outskirts of this system. Very damaging storm, destructive storm, tennis ball size hail with this particular supercell as it continues to lift up possibly toward the Parsons region and eventually maybe Columbus. This is heading towards even maybe Joplin is not out of the question as this supercell is north of Tulsa, north of Bartersville, and heading towards Coffeeville. Very destructive supercell thunderstorm. Leaving a pretty good snow, hail swath in its wake here. Yeah, there is still elevating. This is a little bit of a lag. So yeah, 2.25 inch hail confirmation right now has actually hit the surface. So definitely some damaging hail. It's at least ping pong right now. So it's a little bit of a lag on this particular parameter. So it is possibly even up to tennis ball size hail as it's heading towards the Coffeeville region. But yeah, definitely got a lot of purples associated with it. That just kind of gives you an indication of the intensity of this storm. As a little bit more significant hail core has developed into this region. So if we kind of zoom into that Tulsa radar here, you can see the bullseye, right? I mean, this is a pretty big hail core, if you will, that's just moving out of the Caney region and setting its sights in between Coffeeville and Independence there. You can see the progression. It went through the Caney region, left a pretty good swath of at least a ping pong size hail through that region. And this is setting its sight on splitting the uprights between Coffeeville and Independence. And it could tag, Cherryville there, but maybe even more of a bullseye there towards Parsons. And if you look at the last frame, it looks like it's even expanded just a little bit more right there, right? So it's still gaining intensity. It's still growing in size as we're starting to see if we zoom out and look at some of these hail cores, a little bit more activity now into Oklahoma and heading into portions of Kansas there. Hey, we have soccer in Allen soon. Do you think it'll get canceled? You could probably get the game in. I mean, I would say you can get the game in Allen. You'll probably be done by the time by 7:30 or so, right? And I think the Lightning, if any, would be far enough away that you could still keep going. Because I don't think it's going to be in Allen till probably closer to 9, possibly 10 o'clock is probably a better guess for that area. Yeah, thanks for tuning in tonight. We are doing live coverage across multiple states here as things are starting to get kind of going here. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch west of the DFW Metroplex for West Texas. We have a more significant tornado watch into northwest of the Northwest Texas. It does include the Wichita Falls region. And then pretty much all of Oklahoma, a good part of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, and the Tulsa region up to Bartonsville, That's your more significant severe weather threat, and that just extends into the Springfield, the Joplin, the Kansas City region, and that all goes through 11 o'clock. And this would definitely be extended into St. Louis, but that's not going to be towards the midnight time frame, as I think things get going up there in that region. So this is only the beginning stages of what's to come as a little bit more significant event that's likely going to unfold the rest of the evening. Hey Molly, I'm in Carrollton. Thanks. Hey, any idea when it's going to hit Denison? All right, so Denison is in fact in that kind of a yellow shaded area, if you will. But you can see you're pretty far away, right? Everything's just west of Graham, right? You're still a pretty good chunk away before it hits the Sherman Denison region. So you're likely a good 3 hours, if not maybe 4 hours away. A good 3 hours. Hey, the Argyle area. Yeah, kind of the same deal, folks. Yeah, you're watching. This is the radar, and yeah, a couple hours away, still a couple hours away. You can see the storm movement on this, and everything's out in West Texas, San Angelo, Abilene, just south of the Wichita Falls region. This is a bigger complex that has a fairly more significant hail core. Oh wow, this is 80 miles an hour. So we're starting to get more of that destructive winds now, folks. This is a destructive storm that's east of the Albany region. So this is east of Albany. This is likely the most significant winds of the night. Wow, 88 mile per hour wind gusts, folks. 88 miles an hour. You heard that right. 3-inch hail core coming out of the Albany area. So we do have a more significant severe thunderstorm warning that just unfolded. Again, this is the same system that was coming out of Sweetwater. It's moved across Haley, and now it's blowing up again and really amplifying over the Breckenridge area and putting that some 3-inch hailstones on the ground. So let's zoom into this complex here and get a little bit better radar. All right, so like you can definitely see the purple starting to come to fruition. That hail core is pretty intense. Look at that Boeing at that little inflow notch here. That's a kind of some indication of definitely some more extreme winds that are coming out of that system as this thing is really getting going. So we'll have to watch this system, especially on the southern flank, if this can really wrap around. It's a little bit more concerning. Would probably be a possible beginning stages of possibly a tornado trying to form in this region. So we'll watch this closely. But right now they're dealing with the more, yeah. So look, it even has a possible tornado tag on it, right? So this is the beginning stages of what could show some rotation on the leading edge of this supercell convective complex as it heads toward the Breckenridge region. So we could be looking at our first tornado warning of the day, folks, starting to come together. This more significant supercell has some intense 80-mile-per-hour winds with it, some 3-inch hailstones associated with it, as well as this continues to move off to the northeast. They've had a wind gust clocked at 88 miles an hour. That's a significant storm moving east about 35 miles an hour. So yeah, it looks like there's a Hubbard Creek Reservoir out there. Oh wow. Okay. So that's that right there, folks. I mean, this is the beginning stages of what possibly could be a spin up tornado coming out of this region. This is in Hubbard Creek Reservoir. Hubbard Creek Reservoir. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is north just northwest of the Breckenridge region. Northwest of the Breckenridge region, we're starting to see possible rotation with this supercell deepening here. As let me pull up another radar and let me get a little better view here. This is a little bit more significant system. All right, so we're watching the supercell unfold of a possible tornado. I mean, this is destructive winds on the leading edge of this dynamic supercell as the extension now has shifted. Does include the Breckenridge region. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Does include the Breckenridge regions for those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This storm has moving east at 50 miles an hour. It's had a history of producing some very large hail and damaging winds. As right now, it's over that Hubbard Creek Reservoir around 445. That's where it's at right now. The Crystal Falls region and the Possum Kingdom Lake at 510. It is showing signs of rotation, and a possible tornado is trying to spin up within this region. So we haven't got confirmation of a tornado quite yet, but this could be our first tornado warning of the day. And it's right here coming out of the Hubbard Creek Reservoir region. So this is the area of concern that we're concerned about as this likely lifts north of the Breckenridge region, south of Crystal Falls. As who's in the path here? Well, I guess, yeah, Possum Kingdom Lake eventually would be further off to the east. So, yeah, Possum Kingdom Lake, that's around 510, right? 510. So we're watching this rotation possibly getting, lifting northeast at 35 miles an hour over the Possum Kingdom Lake at around 510. So if you have friends and family that are listening to me from the Possum Kingdom Lake region, definitely keep an eye on this storm, because I would bet this would probably be a tornado warning as we get closer, as the supercell gets closer to that region, which is about 20 miles, 20 minutes away. You can definitely see the colors there starting to come together. Not as significant as it was. It did pulse down a little bit. But nonetheless, we're definitely watching this area right here that is definitely more concerning on radar, with more significant winds, more significant hail core coming out of that system, as things are starting to get a little bit busier now as we head towards Yeah, I'm looking at the other radar. It's pretty good signature here. Great inflow notch on the south side. Does have that significant tornado, severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. It was over near the Dudley region, moving at 55 miles an hour. Clyde and Baird. Clyde at 445. It's already passed by there, and Putnam at 455. But at times, it's definitely looked better. It's looked better before than it is now. But yeah, this system is heading towards the Putnam region. Looks like around 511 in the Putnam region. Some potential 2.5-inch diameter hail moving east northeast around 40 miles an hour. So we will watch this storm for sure. This is a possible tornado trying to develop here on the leading edge of this squall line, if you will, coming together, heading into north of Breckenridge, heading towards the Graham region. I would say Bridgeport is possibly in the path of this storm. Yeah, Possum Kingdom Lake. It's going to be over the Possum Kingdom Lake by 510. By 510, it will be over the Possum Kingdom Lake region, which is right here, folks. So this is kind of get your bearings. This is Possum Kingdom. This is the system that has the possible rotation with it. That's lifting northeast around 55 miles an hour. Yeah, that hail core is real, folks. That's some significant large hail with this supercell that's coming out of. Yeah, that hail core right now is over that Hubbard Reserve area. That's the system that's going to be lifting north of the Breckenridge that has shown signs of rotation at times. It's not as pronounced right now, but it's definitely showing signs of rotation at times as this continues lifting northeast. Yeah, remember the red is the severe thunderstorm watch. The as you head into the yellow, those are a little bit more favorable dynamics, right? There's a little bit more favorable dynamics as the supercells is showing signs of rotation at times as this continues moving northeast. Yeah, it's got some 46,000-foot cloud tops with it. That's one of your more significant ones of the day. Yeah, it's starting to light up now, right? We got 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. There's 11 severe thunderstorm warnings now. We also have another pretty significant warning up there towards in north of Coffeyville. That's the same system that left some tennis ball size hail north of Bartlesville. Now this is that north of Coffeyville. That was going to split the uprights between Coffeyville and Independence. It still has some tennis ball size hail with it, as this in its own right is pretty significant as heading towards the Parsons region and eventually maybe Pittsburgh. That would be north of Tulsa, folks. Yeah, so it is definitely getting a little bit busier now for sure as we're getting closer to that 5 o'clock time frame. All right, let's zoom out. Let's show you the big picture as things are really starting to back build, if you will. There's pretty good swath of severe thunderstorm warnings now from Kansas City through Oklahoma, through West Texas here. And this is slowly continuing to start to build a little bit further south now, right? So remember the warnings, the severeness goes all the way into San Antonio. So even San Antonio is included within that hatched risk zone. So it's what they call back building further south as the cap erodes. We'll have supercells form on the southern flank of this and can then shift eastbound. And that's exactly what's unfolding right now. So hey, Kayla, just joining. What do you expect in Ponder, Texas tonight? Yeah, so that's towards the Denton region out there. Yeah, so this supercell right here, this is in Graham. This has some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, some golf ball size hail at times, and Ponder's not that far away. Let's see, Ponder, Paradise. Yeah, it's out in this region towards Denton. Yeah, but it's this. Yeah, there's Ponder. Yeah, so I would say that cell is going to be heading your way in about an hour and a half, and it's already proven to have rotation with it, and it's already proven to left some pretty big hail with it. So right now, I would say it might be closer into your area around 6:30, just to kind of give you a guesstimate possible. Hey, Beck. How's McKinney looking tonight? Yeah, again, it's probably going to be closer to 9, 10 o'clock. You're not under that tornado watch. It expires in Denton towards 9. So I would say sometime after that, have to be looking at towards, the McKinney region, which is still 4 hours away. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. If you're just now tuning in, I am live on YouTube as well. If you found me on Facebook, I'm live on Facebook. If you found me on YouTube, make sure you uh, like the video, like the live stream as well. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. I do daily updates on this channel. I actually put one out this morning. Yeah, so we're still waiting on for that first confirmation. You can see the warm front, right? So things are starting to pop a little bit along that warm front. You can see just the south of Cincinnati there. We do have like one little isolated cell towards Georgetown, south of the into the Ohio region. That's borderline severe right there. Yeah, and these are all going to be extended into the overnight hours. Most of this activity probably won't get going until 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be an overnight threat, and it's going to be a 1-2 punch because there's another system coming in tomorrow as we head towards peak heating. A lot more significant system, as all these dynamics would be likely over, the Nashville region by then, and into Kentucky by then. And this goes until DC, Richmond. I mean, even into portions of Pittsburgh, not out of the question. So, yeah, it's a pretty big hell swath that's unfolding. Yeah, so you can see the warnings now starting to line up along this boundary, right? So they're from St. Angelo to Ballinger to Abilene, all the way up to Graham, down towards Vernon. Let's look at this cell at Vernon. Okay, about an inch and a half now. That one's starting to fire. Pretty significant up there in the Vernon region. Yeah, so it's only a matter of time now, but I think we're probably going to get our first tornado warning issued probably in the next 30 minutes. We're probably not that far away. Um, but yeah, that cell is still trying to rotate towards the Putnam region. This is that one cell. It's still showing signs of rotation here. Yeah, it's this one. It's this one right here that has the more significant destructive storm. This is about to expire, but obviously, like will get extended. This is the been the most significant winds of the day so far at 88 miles an hour. And this is the leading edge of this. Okay, so it did in fact get extended. So they went ahead and extended that tornado, that severe thunderstorm warning for that same cell that's coming out of Putnam. So this is the one that's continued showing signs of rotation, has left some ping pong size hail in its wake and some 65-mile-per-hour winds. So you're talking areas now include the Scranton region, Morton Valley, Olden, Strawn, and Staff. Those areas are under the gun, possibly heading into the Ranger region at 525. So let's break it down for you. So Cisco at 505, Lake Cisco 510, Eastland 515, Lake Lalon at 520, Ranger at 525, as well as Palo Pinto State Park around 535. So it just kind of gives you an estimate of these more significant winds, significant hail core uh, coming out of this region from heading into Eastland. And if you look at the path here, folks, this is probably going to be in the Weatherford region, maybe even skip the uprights of Fort Worth, maybe even to Flower Mound. Still a ways off, but this would be the trajectory of this supercell as this is coming out of the Abilene region and heading towards Eastland. Has shown signs of rotation at times. At one point, I thought there might have been a little sped up there, but we never got confirmation. It definitely looked like it was definitely getting close. I'm a little bit surprised there's not much more activity in Oklahoma. Definitely a little bit more surprised. It hasn't fired up as active because remember this is this is supposed to be the more active area right here into the Oklahoma. They do have in fact have that 45% risk in place through 9. So for the next 4 hours, they still have that in fact. So it might be just the calm before the storm as this storm is getting going in Vernon, and as this activity is continuing to lift in northeast coming out of Graham. So you know, a possibility of hail in Salina and Prosper. Yeah, so it's again, it's going to be continued through probably 9 o'clock. This would the watch would likely get extended, and then it's going to be again a more broken line, isolated nature. So there's probably a 50% probability you get rain, another 50% you don't. It just really all depends on where these supercells start to unfold. And as they lift northeast, if you're in the line of fire, then you're probably a lot more heavily favored to get one. But you really don't know where these supercells are going to form until they actually form. And once they do, the swath, the risk is there, but it's not, this entire line is not going to light up. There's going to be pockets here. See the separation. There's definitely going to be pockets that, people just don't get anything. Hey, just starting to hear thunder now in the Kansas City and the Missouri region. Hey, appreciate all the support. Looks like we've got 20,000 views on the live stream right now, and about 5,000 people watching. So yeah, definitely appreciate all the support out there. Please keep sharing the channel. This is definitely some important information that we're going over tonight. Pretty big, significant event unfolding across West Texas. Does get into the Dallas Metroplex later on this evening, but especially there in Oklahoma, folks. Things could get bumpy in the next couple of hours for sure. And this all swings north into Kansas, in the Kansas region, southeastern Kansas, and then eventually heading into the Missouri region into the deeper overnight hours. So they did in fact extend this tornado watch up there towards the Jefferson City, the Springfield, and does include St. Louis, but that goes into midnight. That goes all the way into midnight, folks. So yeah, and it's probably not going to be into that area deeper into the evening. So we're just at the beginning stages, and you can see where the cold front is still well west of Amarillo. So you got this entire warm sector still to come. So as long as you remain in the warm sector, and the greatest lift is coming from the backside of this low pressure center, that's you're still going to be susceptible to having severe storms until that cold front comes in and kind of cleanses the atmosphere, if you will, clears the atmosphere out as you go into the overnight. Yeah, I don't know. You said the ads are starting to pop up in the middle of the stream. I'm not really sure. Uh, Hey, super surprised. I keep seeing different things, and Northwest Tennessee is going to get any really bad weather. Yeah, well, that's going to be tomorrow. So Tennessee is definitely in the bullseye for tomorrow for sure. So definitely, I'll be probably doing an update tomorrow morning, and I may come back live tomorrow because that's going to be another significant event. But that's going to be likely over Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio. Yeah, so we're getting some hail. We've had some confirmation, some hail out there in West Texas. The biggest hail we've seen so far is in the Haley. That was some baseball size hail that came out of that storm, but it's still showing rotations of that system that's heading into Eastland. Still has that possible tornado tag on it, showing that possibility of rotation at time, which likely gets extended into Eastland here. And I've got my other radar up as well. So I'm looking at it at two different radars. And yeah, that circulation is right over Putnam now, right over the heart of Putnam. That would continue to lift northeast and just north of the Cisco region. So it looks like this system is lifting northeast. There's the circulation potentially out of Putnam at the moment. Let me put this. Okay, so yeah, here we go, right here. Yeah, this is the circulation that we're concerned about, like highlighted right over the Putnam region. This is going to continue shifting right along I-20 there. So this is traversing right along I-20. Nothing confirmed, but definitely showing signs a little bit more pronounced at times right there into the Putnam region. This will continue northeast at 55 miles an hour, likely includes the Cisco and Eastland. So this circulation would probably end up just north of the Cisco region and just north of the Eastland region as well. But yes, that's the area of concern of the little bit of rotation at times coming out of the Putnam region. We don't have any confirmed tornado warning right now, but it's just a possible tag because it's definitely showing signs of the beginning stages of trying to get our first tornado warning of the day. Hey Jay, hey, I appreciate the support. Thanks for the super sticker out there. Greatly appreciate it. Every little bit helps for sure. All right, so let me expand the view here. Let me just click on some of these other radars. Here's the radar coming out of San Angelo. This one's out of Moran. All right, so yeah, so there's the system. Has some inch and a half hail in it, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in that leading edge that's heading through Breckenridge right now. It does extend as far north as the Graham region. And this is all continuing to lift up to the northeast. Yeah, so things are getting a little bit busier now, folks. Yeah, so right now you can actually see the different hail swath. Right now, that looks like the largest swath is about 2 inches in diameter. Nothing more significant of that, but we have seen bigger so far today. All right, so here's a cell that's coming out of Vernon. Again, these are pretty isolated. There's nothing else around it, right? This is what makes it pretty severe. This is a cell that's has kind of blown up near the Vernon region, has its own 2-inch hail core with it. This is going to be continuing to lift off to the northeast about 60 miles an hour. So you know these things are booking. Looks like Lockett, Fargo, and Vernon are in the crosshairs of this system. And that's going to eventually shift into the Davidson region, maybe possibly Frederick. But you can see the isolated nature of these supercells. That's why these make it so intense. Yes, they did in fact extend this. They did in fact extend the severe thunderstorm warning for this cell right here that's coming out of the Vernon region. Would include those areas into Tipton, as well as into Mountain Park, Snyder region, as this would continue lift. Looks like west of the Lawton region, west of Lawton. So now this is heading into that little bit more favored environment up there into Oklahoma within that, more amplified tornado watch. Yeah, but just a more concerning storm is down there in Breckenridge. This is the one that continues to show possible tornado tag at times of areas of rotation trying to come together. It's been a pretty good hell swath with it as well. Hey, I just joined the chat. How are things in South Texas? Yeah, so if we expand the view into South Texas, you can see the elongation of what they call back building. It's building south of the line as the cap eroded in West Texas. More storms have developed and pushed further south. They do in fact have that slight risk. Does include San Antonio, Austin, Killeen, Waco. You can see the beginning stages of the overturn of the atmosphere further south. So it's going to be eventually a broken squall line, a kind of a massive broken squall line, if you will, that would likely extend from the Oklahoma border all the way down into San Antonio. So this is going to be eventually what's happening is you're going to have like I said, a broken squall line. There's going to be holes in that squall line where people are going to be missing out, not getting any rain, nothing at all. And there's other ones that if you're aligned with that supercell could get definitely some bigger hail with it. So there's no guarantee the further south you get. That's why it's really only about a 40 or 50% coverage of you seeing any rain whatsoever as you get closer into central Texas and South Texas. Yeah, but we're definitely seeing this line really start to fire up and really get a lot more pronounced, showing that broken squall line that a lot of the model guidance was kind of hinting at. We do see the extension of that one supercell that's coming out of the Vernon region, lifting northeast and crossing the border into Oklahoma. And nothing quite yet too much into the Oklahoma region. But some of the high resolution guidance was showing 7 o'clock. This whole system lit up from Oklahoma City to Tulsa. So this is definitely, I think, the calm before the storm, before it really starts to unload in the state of Oklahoma, if you will, over the coming hours. All right, so we got one storm here in Georgetown. That's along this warm front. And these can be, at times borderline pretty significant as well. So don't let take your guard down. This is the warm front. So this is within that warmer sector here, as probably got some higher dew points, maybe even the upper towards in the 60 range. Plenty of moisture feeding into the system. And yeah, so we've got some fairly healthy supercell coming out of this system of 1.5 inches, almost ping pong size hail heading towards Georgetown. This would be into the Ohio region, just southeast of Cincinnati. Southeast of Cincinnati is seeing some of that 1.5 inch hail just north of Lexington. Hey Bridget, hey, so Frisco, yeah, so Frisco is probably going to be at least another couple of hours. Everything's out west. This is in Graham, still pretty far west of the Metroplex and West Texas here. Entering western portions of the Metroplex. And Frisco's right here. That's not under the tornado watch or anything. This expires at 9 o'clock, so I would imagine this would probably be extended, possibly into a severe thunderstorm watch when it does. Let's see. What else? What else? I've just got multiple screens. I'm looking at stuff here. Hey Heidi, are you expecting any big hail in Collin County tonight? Like I said, you can't really guarantee a particular city if it's going to get hit or not, but we would probably see that severe thunderstorm watch would get extended. Some of the high resolution guidance, I mean, you're north of I-20, so you're a little bit more favorable of seeing some of that larger hail potentially. So we'll just watch this, but it's probably not going to be towards Collin County until 9-10 o'clock, I would say. Still pretty good, still a ways away. Is this weather related to April the 8th? Well, I mean, April the 8th is it's a completely different system. I mean, this system will move off the East Coast. You have time to recuperate. Then you had another system will come in out west, and that could possibly be severe in itself. On April the 8th, that's 7 days away. So let me zoom back into this system out towards Graham. Still has some 1.5 inch hail with it. Yeah, I'm just curious to look at the hail swaths right now. All right, so this is where we're at. This is where the hail has fallen so far. This is that one system, that more significant system. It's been on the ground, folks, right? It left a smaller hail swath through Sweetwater, but then it really blew up into the Haley region. That's when we had that 3.25 inch hail at one point towards in Haley. But yeah, it's still left a pretty decent swath of hail through Albany, just north of the Breckenridge region, and it's still continuing, folks. So this is what we're talking about. These hail swaths could take on a long track area of hail, and if you're in the path, you're probably you can't guarantee it, but you're probably going to get some because this will be bigger at times and smaller at times. But overall, it definitely appears that just south of Graham, probably towards Jacksboro, Runaway Bay, Bridgeport. Just the trajectory of this line, the Decatur. Those areas definitely maybe not out of the question as this potentially holds together. So yeah, once these cells break and leaves a pretty good hail swath, it's probably going to be on the ground for an extended period of time, leaving a pretty significant hail swath in its wake. Yeah, this is the history over the last couple of hours. And you can see the continuation, right? So as we were watching this, they had the continuation of that newly severe thunderstorm warning issued for that Possum Kingdom Lake. That's the system that was coming out of the Possum Kingdom Lake region at 514. Now it has still continued 2 inches of hail associated with it. Now it's going to be in the Grayford region. So Grayford around 540. So if you live in the Grayford region, you could in fact get some ping pong size, possibly some golf ball size hail at times, as this would likely be over your area in the next 20 minutes. So over the next 20 minutes, could possibly be in the Grayford region, um, and to West Texas. And if I'm not mistaken, Grayford was the city that got pelted. It was much smaller hail, but it was a lot. I think I even posted the picture a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, it was Grayford. They got pelted with like quarter size hail, but it stacked up like 4 or 5 inches there in a lot of people's yards. Um, so yes, it definitely appears that that city gets possibly hit again with some, maybe even potentially larger hail this time, into around 540. So around 540, be on the lookout for another, hail swath getting closer, as yeah. So you can see the deeper purples start still coming within range, as this will continue lifting up to the northeast. So when's it in Grayson County? So yeah, if you're watching me live here, again, this is in Graham. Grayson County is closer to, Sherman and Gainesville region, Denison. Still a ways away, right? So you're still, what, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? All right, so let's head up north. Let's look at this cell towards the Joplin region. This also this one looks interesting. Okay, so it's got a possible rotation tag on it. This one's highlighted over Parsons. That could be something to watch over the next 10 minutes. Some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is also moving northeast at 50 miles an hour into the Oswego area, into Parsons, over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, they've already extended this into north of Columbus, into Pittsburgh. Yeah, to kind of get your bearings, this is north of the Tulsa region, north of Bartersville. They had some significant hail just north of there earlier that went through Coffeyville, and now it's heading through Parsons and eventually now through Pittsburgh. Hey, Olivia, what's your protection on the time frame in Pottsboro? Yeah, that's what, Sherman. That's Grayson County again. Yeah, 9, 10 o'clock. Yeah, 9, 10 o'clock in Pottsboro. So we haven't had a tornado warning yet. A little bit surprised it's not as active as some of the radar depictions showed in Oklahoma, which is always a good thing, right? So it's been mainly a very high end hail threat so far. We've seen some of the highest threat is about 3.25 inches. And we haven't seen the softball size hail. Doesn't mean we can't. But the more favored area, which hasn't got going yet, is the highlighted area in yellow. So this could easily be just the calm before the storm, before the atmosphere just really starts to erupt. Hey, storms are beginning to pop up near the Texas-Oklahoma border, near the Lawton region. Yeah, so you had that storm coming out of Vernon, heading towards Frederick. Yeah, so the beginning stages, this is shifting towards Olney and eventually heading towards Wichita Falls. We've got one little cell that's not severe. That's just northeast of Wichita Falls and Duncan. So yeah, it's getting a little bit more favorable as it heads into Oklahoma. But thanks for everybody for tuning in to live coverage. If you're just now discovering me, I do daily updates on Pal Ponder on weather, and make sure you hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Definitely feeds the algorithm, letting them know you value my content, and this live stream will be shared with others a little bit more frequently. Make sure you definitely share it as well. I do a lot of updates on Facebook as well. I'm out of the Texas region. I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I've basically been in Texas all my life. But yeah, we're going into prime time, severe weather season, folks. Things are just now kind of getting active. We saw the system come through the 14th and 15th time frame, and we got yet another system, just like a little bit like that one with the 2-day event from Texas through the Ohio Valley all the way to the East Coast. And that's right along this warm front. So we still could see some severe storms, even into the Pittsburgh region, into Washington, D.C. tomorrow, back into Virginia Beach, into Richmond, Baltimore, D.C. Definitely not out of the question. And even further south, it's extended into the Georgia region. It's extended into Alabama, Mississippi, but definitely more amplified now into Nashville, through Tennessee and through Kentucky, and then right there in Ohio too, folks. More of a bullseye as this warm front lifts well north tomorrow, all the way to the Michigan border, which is, a little bit unheard of for, April. So, typically you're a little bit more favorable in May and June for severe storms. I mean, the first part of April, it's not unheard of, but typically you just don't get that warm of air. It just shows to show you it's obviously been a pretty well above average winter, and first part of spring. The cold shots just don't stick around very long at all. You get the cold shots and it lasts like 12 hours, 24 hours, and it warms back up again. So yeah, this whole area has ended, even as even in March, it ended about 5 to 7 degrees above average overall for the entire month. And even though you do get a little bit of cold shot, you get some snow mixing into the higher elevations, you got the ridge coming back, and this whole area has a pretty pronounced ridge as we get deeper into next week. So that's going to shut off everything, and you'll go into more of a quieter time. And then everything gets pressed southward into the southern plains. Really, the central U.S. starts to elevate. I mean, this whole area really lights up next week. Southern plains, central plains, upper Midwest, through the Dakotas, this whole area is going to be, we could be looking at a stalled frontal boundary as we head into Sunday and Monday. And just like it is here, right? You get overrunning systems, you get severe storms traversing along that warm front, a lot of instability. That's the same setup Texas is probably going to have as we head into Monday. Just bad timing with the solar eclipse. It's going to make it really difficult to view that with all the low-level cloud deck around. But you can start to see the building back further south, right? I mean, this is outside of the severe thunderstorm watch, right? So you get these little special weather statements. This is the one step below severe limits. It just kind of goes to show you that the cap's helping to erode this atmosphere. And that's why I think it's eventually It might even swing all the way down to the Mexico border. I mean, this is going to be a long swath of broken squall line, if you will. And then this would eventually push east as this low level jet just continues to push this northeast. So that's why it's definitely not out of the question. Even these areas into San Antonio, even to the Austin region, Killeen, Waco, it'll be a broken line, but you can't roll out some isolated, you know, quarter size, golf ball size, maybe even ping pong size in some isolated spots, even further south. It's a slight risk, but still a hatched risk. And so that implies the atmosphere is favorable still for those larger hailstones of 2-inch variety. That's definitely not out of the question. You just won't have as many as you possibly have further north. That's really all a slight risk means. That's really only the difference between a slight, an enhanced, and a moderate is the frequency, is the amount of these supercells is greater, obviously, within the moderate risk versus the slight risk. The intensity at times can be really the same because they're all a hatched risk. You still have the favorable dynamics of producing some significant updrafts and significant hailstones. But we got 12 warnings now, so things are starting to get busier. We're starting to see more warnings of golf ball size hail, some ping pong size hail. Here's the one that's coming out of the Stephenville region. This was the one that was coming out of Putnam. Remember the rotation in Putnam? So this is that same cell. At times it had 3-inch hailstone with it, traversing across north of Cisco, north of Prosper. That's heading towards the Ranger region. And that was the system that was heading toward Grayford. Remember Grayford at 540? That still continued on the path as a little bit more significant hail core is still unfolding as this is still getting going. Yeah, so there's the current hail core right now coming out of Cisco. What are we looking at? 2 inches, right? So we got confirmation 2 inches is reaching the surface out there. That would do some damage to your vehicle if you're just north of the I-20 interstate there. And that's the system that's heading towards Ranger. And that's the system that's heading towards the Grayford region, eventually maybe Strawn and Gordon. Go back and look at your area, AccuWeather, or tune in to your local forecast. Shelly, about 35 miles. I'm not showing my nails yet. You're southwestern Kansas and Missouri. It's wet and growly out, but the squirrels seem largely unconcerned. Yeah, most of these storms are continuing to move off to the northeast. We are seeing that the alert section light up. Now we have 12. Now we have 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. So they're definitely a lot more pronounced. We're getting a lot more activity as we get deeper into, I'd say, night. It's not yet. I got my windows closed. It doesn't even get dark until 8. Yeah, this is the time of year we changed to about 8 o'clock sunsets. Of course, it's probably different depending on where you live in the country. But the days, the daylight's getting longer, if you will. So that's why, of course, the closer we get to summer, the more the daylight hours, the more prospects of warming up. But spring is one of those. I mean, especially April. I know, like in Dallas, I mean, the averages are right around 75 now. So you're getting to that time frame where you're, if you're in between systems, you have perfect days, right? I mean, although, April is a windy month. So, but besides the wind, you got a lot of clear skies behind a cold front. So it really sets up nice after you have a pretty nasty night of this. Then once that cold front moves through, it's going to have some really nice days on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That's almost picture perfect. You're probably in the, closer into the 70 range, 75 range, especially on Thursday there. That would probably classify as a more of a perfect day as we get not a cloud in the sky, bright blue, bright sun, and the atmosphere slowly warms, right? So you get to like Saturday, we're back in almost 80 degrees in Dallas, and then yes, atmosphere warms up, system comes in out west, and then of course it taps into the warm sector, and you've got possibly more severe storms by Monday, right? That's just how the weather works sometimes, and sometimes they can fall into the 7 day cycles, which are a real thing because the systems move from west to east, right? And sometimes it can actually take a whole entire week actually to move from west off the west coast to off the east coast. So you got the storm system now that's highlighted over Texas that will clear by Tuesday morning, but that only shifts into the southeast and eventually shifts into the east coast by Wednesday, right? And then it kind of stalls out there up in the northeast. It still has that low pressure spinning around Thursday and Friday, at the same time you got a system coming in out west, right? So, but then once it enters the United States, heads into the Intermountain West on Saturday, gets closer to the Four Corners region on Sunday. You have instability on Sunday night, and then you kind of have a stalled warm front again, creating the instability. So, yeah, 7 day cycles are a real thing. The weather tends to repeat itself every 7 days just because the atmosphere clears it out on the backside after a cold front. And then it has time to recoup. You open up the Gulf of Mexico again, start to warm up. You'll only be in the 60s tomorrow in Dallas, going through the 70s, and eventually 80 by the time Saturday. So the atmosphere is another 20 degrees warmer than more like today, right? So then you have another piece of energy coming out west, and then you start the process all over again. So, so that's the way the weather works sometimes, and sometimes, yes, they can tend to fall on the exact same days, week after week after week. Um, that's just because the systems take time to move across the United States. I missed it. North Texas weather outlook. Yeah, so we're watching these storm complexes. You know, closer into Dallas, it's probably going to be closer to 9, 10 o'clock time frame. Still a couple hours away. We've been watching activity west of Abilene that moved through the Abilene region. Now it's over Grateford about in 2 minutes or so with some larger hail, and these are continuing moving up to the northeast. So you can see it's not that far away, actually, getting into closer to Denton County. Someone was asking me about Ponder earlier. Remember, these things are moving at 55, 60 miles an hour. So they are booking it, right? So, yeah, there it is. They post up again. So now we have yet confirmation again, destructive storm near the Possum Kingdom Lake. This is another area where they are now having baseball size hail again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be over the Adel region, the Wit, Advance, into Gibton, Joplin, Perrin, Barton's Chapel, the Wizard Wells, Vineyard, and Authen. Those areas are in the path of this destructive supercell. This is the same supercell that's been coming out of Sweetwater, right? We've been watching the same path. Sometimes it's stronger than others, but now it's pulsed back up to baseball size hail. So those areas in Grateford, unfortunately, remember Grateford? We talked about that at 540. It's 539. It's right on your doorstep. It's over the Possum Kingdom Lake right now, about to hit Grateford as a bullseye. They're the ones that had that quarter-inch hail a couple weeks ago that piled up about 6 inches. And there's probably going to be more social media pictures coming out of that neck of the woods in about 45 minutes or so, because if you live in the Grateford region, you're about to get pounded with potentially baseball size hail as we have a destructive storm knocking on your door at any moment now. It's probably overhead, as this has another about a couple minute lag time with it. So areas of concern as it passes through the Grateford region would be um, just let's see, Poolville. Poolville looks to be in line with some of the smaller cities, some of the bigger cities. Gibton, Poolville is a little bit bigger, probably just northwest of the Springtown region. And eventually, this is will be heading towards possibly the Runaway Bay, Paradise, Bridgeport, and eventually maybe Decatur is definitely not out of the question, as this would likely continue to hold together. And if this does, this might include Denton at some point in about another hour and a half. So yeah, these cells are starting to come together a little bit closer into the Metroplex. We have not seen a tornado warning as of yet. We've seen a lot of very high winds, very destructive wind gust, and very destructive hail as well. But we are seeing the warning starting to light up here. Yeah, gonna be a crazy El Nino. Remember, El Nino took a while. I really don't get El Nino dynamics until it basically started around June 8th. And it's probably the worst time to start an El Nino going into summer because you don't really get El Nino effects in the summer. So even though you had a very hot summer and it was El Nino, it's just not really have El Nino impacts. And it started off really dry. And it wasn't really until we hit the winter months that it started to become a little bit more wet, and especially now that we're in spring, you can definitely feel the effects of the El Nino really starting to kick in. But now that it has kicked in, it's actually going to be on the way out. So I think we still have impacts from El Nino type impacts for about another 2 more months. But I definitely feel as we especially head into June, those taps are going to shut off. So as far as rain prospects, it's always good to have some healthy rains in the spring months, because you know what happens in the summer months, that you tend to really dry out, and especially with La Nina coming this summer, it is just going to be another one of those summers, unfortunately, as the atmosphere starts to dry out, ground dries out. Really only takes like 3 weeks. If you don't get any rain and pretty elevated temperatures, the ground can completely dry out no matter how much rain you get in the spring. Um, but we're a ways away from that. So right now, the more concerning is you can see the squall line, right? It's starting to come together, broken at times, more pronounced at times. But where it's more pronounced and where that supercell is, that's where it's has that destructive tag into Palapinto County, Parker County. That's the favorite area of seeing that baseball size hail that continues to lift off to the northeast. That's going to encompass the Grayford region, Runaway Bay, Bridgeport, and would likely encompass Decatur eventually. As in the next, I've got my radar pulled up. I'm down here at Corpus Christi. Looks like a swath of storms dipping down through Texas, but we probably won't see much rain. Hey, Susan. Yeah, if you're in Corpus Christi, I don't think you're going to get anything. It's going to get close to you towards like, I would say midnight and the wee hours of the morning, but it's probably all going to just fizzle out and not be much of anything, especially down there in Corpus Christi. You're well outside of the severe threat. So it's one of those things to probably look at on radar, but it's not gonna impact you at any means. I don't think. Let me leave the radar up here for a second. I'll take a quick 1 minute break and I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Let's take a look at let's go back and switch gears here and let's look at the high resolution guidance and look at some of the future radar. It's been a couple hours since we looked at that, so I wanna get a better feel of what might be coming, if anything has actually changed. Um, let me take this off so you can actually see it better. Um, all right, let me let this load. Yeah, I'm curious what some of the high resolution guidance is. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going back and looking at future radar. So we looked at this when we first came on live here, but I want to get a better feel of what's happening here because some of these the model guidance and maybe future radar. So yeah, so here it is, potentially 6 o'clock, which is like 13 minutes now. This is again future radar. This isn't real. So some possibly supercells entering the Wichita Falls region and heading towards that one that's coming out of Vernon there, maybe amplifying as we head towards Lawton, possibly Oklahoma City. You can see it's still back building there towards Brownwood. We put the radar in motion. So this is interesting. This is why I wanted to look at this and see what changed. So you can see the broken squall line. That's what I mean by broken. It's kind of separated at times, right? But you still have larger supercells within that region, possibly over Gainesville, Ardmore, down up towards Ada, maybe a possible another cell trying to come together towards Strawn. That may be the one that was out of Grayford right now. Continue to move off to the east. Lighter cells, not as purple, not as there's no white, no blue, right? Less severe as you lift, go further south. If you lift further north, you head towards north of Springfield, or maybe towards the Tulsa region. This is heading towards the St. Louis region. This would be 7 o'clock. We're just looking at future radar here. And okay, so this is interesting. That's new development. This is something that wasn't on the actual view hourly update a couple hours ago. This is actually implying that we could have a supercell maybe approaching the Dallas Fort Worth area towards 8 o'clock. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition. And then this particular model run actually puts it through maybe Collin County towards 9 o'clock. Remember talked about 9 o'clock, maybe in Collin County. This is what the high resolution guidance is kind of hinting at on some of these future runs. And then isolated squall line, broken squall line through Colleen. All right, and then it gets a little bit more active as you head towards Springfield, out towards St. Louis. So it's interesting to see the difference in dynamics between these runs. It's been a couple hours. And again, broken squall line. This is what I mean by broken. Isolated piece towards Austin, towards San Antonio. So yeah, so definitely not out of the question. You could still get some isolated cells, even that far south into Austin and San Antonio. That would be towards 11 o'clock tonight, 11 o'clock. You can see it's mainly pushing east of the Metroplex by then, heading into East Texas. And then the threat goes well north into the overnight hours, heading into the St. Louis region. That would be 11 o'clock at night. And this is all traversed across that warm front through Indianapolis, through Columbus. And then it gets going down there towards Richmond, down into Virginia Beach. Yeah, there's 2 o'clock in the morning, folks. There's 2 o'clock in the morning, then St. Louis, Indianapolis, down in Cincinnati. So this is that first initial threat into the overnight hours. Yeah, so that's when it just gets into an overnight threat heading into the Ohio Valley, with a bumpy ride right along that warm front. There's Cincinnati at 6 o'clock in the morning. Could have some supercells over across that region through Columbus. That's why I think it's like a 1-2 punch. It's a very active day. You have an overnight threat into the Ohio Valley, and then the atmosphere tries to regenerate itself as we head through tomorrow afternoon. Hey Emily, you just sent me a picture, some damage in Possum Kingdom Lake. Hey, greatly appreciated it. I will definitely check it out. Yeah, that was a system that came over. That hell core went right over Possum Kingdom Lake. All right, so let's go back to real time and yeah, see where we're at. We took off the severe thunderstorm watches and the tornado watches that as of right now. So this is real time activity. Hey, what's the timing and Aubrey and the Prosper time look like? Yeah, it looks like Aubrey closer to 8, possibly. Prosper closer to 9. It did kind of hint at there was maybe a supercell trying to impact those areas by then. So um, right now it's not 6, not even until 6 o'clock. So you're probably still 2 to 3 hours away. All right, so there's that one storm that's coming out of the Grayford region that left a pretty significant swath of hail um, over the Grayford region, and that's the system that's heading towards Bridgeport and it could sneak into Denton County before you know it. That's actually not that far away now that it's pretty booking fast. 50 miles an hour, moving eastbound at 50 miles an hour. Hey, Kathleen, I'm just now catching your live stream. Is there any update on Oklahoma right now here in South Oklahoma? More, it's raining. Yeah, so we got the bigger picture in Oklahoma. You do, in fact, have that tornado watch until 9, 10, 11 o'clock further north. But right now, we haven't had any tornado warnings really anywhere. We've had some destructive tags at times. We had a pretty good significant cell out of Vernon. Now that's pulsed down. Yeah, it's definitely raining. I mean, it's just rain, not severe actually right now, heading into Oklahoma City, into the Edmond region, into Norman. There is a cell further north of Oklahoma City that has turned severe, but it definitely just looks like just borderline severe strength. Just north of the Edmond region, heading towards Stillwater. That's heading towards Stillwater. There's another little cell south of Kansas City that has some borderline size hail with it as well, some quarter size at times. That will continue shift off to the north, shift off east. There's looks like a potential stronger cell out of Jefferson City that's got a 2-inch hail tag with it, golf ball size hail. Jefferson City, St. Martin's, Russellville, into the Cedartown region, St. Thomas, those areas are under the gun to seeing some of that golf ball size hail as this continues to push off to the east. Now you see how separated it is from everything else. Then you have separation, and then you have another cell. And how this is more like just rain because it's all these cells on top of each other. This is not going to be severe here. You got to have a little bit of separation, or just going to be it's going to be a messy complex mode. Hey Terry. Yeah, I mean I'm planning on possibly being live tomorrow to cover cover the Tennessee, the Kentucky, the Ohio event, Probably not in the morning, but in the afternoon I will be. Yeah, but these cells are pretty lit up. I mean, and this all started in West Texas. This all originated west of Abilene in the Sweetwater region, and you can see the progression of these supercells as they're kind of broken the cap, and they took more of a this question mark shape. Some of these are lifting northeast, some of these are actually moving more eastbound, and this southern flank is really starting to fill in now. The further south. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of this area down here uh, could have some special weather statement here shortly. These are getting some darker reds and darker yellows in them as well. Yeah, don't let your guard down in San Antonio or Austin just because there's nothing there. There's still a possibility. It only takes one or two supercells to head over your area, and it does appear to be a little bit more isolated. That still leaves you more susceptible for those larger hailstones as it gets closer. Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching live coverage out there. Thanks for tuning in. We are doing extended coverage. We've been live for about 3.5 hours now. We started, about 2:30 time frame, I think. And we are going to go through a good part of the evening as this is yet to even hit the heart of the Metroplex yet. I'm a little bit surprised about Oklahoma. Things just haven't really come together as quite as some of the short range resolution models have depicted. We're still seeing some larger hail, but we're not seeing the significant, possible softball size hail, at least as of yet. That some of this tornado watch is warning. But now that I look at the clock, I think it's actually later than it is. We still have another 3 hours left of this tornado watch because, just because nothing happened in the first half doesn't mean nothing can't happen in the second half as this low level jet just gets kind of entrenched in more of the warm sector that could, spell trouble later on the line. Are there going to be tornadoes in DFW? I tried to search it up. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a low end tornado risk. Right now, there hasn't been any tornadoes. We haven't even had a tornado warning. So, and it's a lot more favorable in Oklahoma and Missouri, and we've yet to have a tornado warning as of yet. So definitely less favorable as you swing through Dallas. The more threat is your damaging wind, but the greatest threat has always been your hail threat. You're asking about Weatherford. All right, so Weatherford is on the doorsteps, and yeah, so it looks like this system just north of you is going to be swinging just north. That's probably going to miss you. But it's this system that's coming out of Eastland that's probably a little bit more favorable to hit your neck of the woods. So this does in fact have some ping pong size hail, or sorry, almost potentially golf ball size hail with it, as this lifting northeast at moving east at 40 miles an hour. And it's possible you might be in between these two cells. That's what I talked about, broken lines. So you have a cell to the north, a cell to the south, and this is moving due east. There's definitely a probability it could just split the uprights in Weatherford and you won't see much of anything. The Sanger Denton area, I would be more concerned about this cell that is coming out of the Grateford region. That would be the cell that did pulse up to baseball size hail and out there at about 540. It's definitely come back down by now, but this is the same system that originated in Sweetwater. So this is going to be over the Sanger area into the Denton area, probably about in another 45 minutes or so, it appears, as this is moving fairly quick. But no, I appreciate the support out there. Thanks for all the donations so far. Definitely helps out in a big way. If you hadn't subscribed to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Definitely like it. And as well as follow me on Facebook. I do update pretty frequently on Facebook. I am trying to hit 250,000 subscribers by the end of April. So it looks like I'm about 8,000 away. So I've got about 30 days to hit my goal. So we'll be doing a lot more coverage like this. We'll be doing daily videos. So definitely make sure you hit the subscribe button. I do pretty much detailed weather breakdowns almost on a daily basis. You'll always know what's coming. All right, so we're definitely seeing that kind of broken squall line really starting to fill in. We're definitely seeing some little bit more mesoscale discussions coming into Oklahoma, and some of these have turned severe further north of heading into Stillwater. That one's got some golf ball size hail with it. That's heading northeast to the Perry area. That would be in Perry, Oklahoma. As these are just stacked like train tracks, one after another. You can see the training aspect of these storms as these originate and lift northeast. This is what makes them more severe, because you have the separation in between. They're not filled in, right? It's not filled in like you see over Ada and just to the right of there. When these separations, that's going to keep them more severe, if not. And the same thing north into Missouri, right? You got the Jefferson City. You got this golf ball size hail because you have a lull in the action in between. And this is a nasty cell that looks like it's heading towards the St. Louis region, folks. I mean, this has got some golf ball size hail with it. Pretty nasty hail core. And this is heading directly towards St. Louis. So if you're in the vicinity of the Chesterfield region, Clayton into St. Charles, into the bigger city of St. Louis, I would say you're under the gun to possibly seeing this hail core on your doorstep in the next 20 minutes. So definitely take precautions. It does have some more significant hail with that golf ball size hail looks to unfold. And then that might be a kind of a 1-2 punch as this is traversing across the same boundary with this separation. If it keeps this up, these are going to be two little supercells in its own right. So that could be yet impossible another supercell that's trailing back behind this one that also has golf ball size hail with it. All right, so those storms in Ohio have pulsed down. It's nothing to be concerned about there. That's mainly going to be an overnight in the wee hours of the morning. Now, a lot of you probably sleep through that event unless it gets too bumpy. Yeah, but it's definitely been all about the hail right now since this began. It's been pretty nasty swaths. I mean, you can see what some of the hail swaths have been. This is over the last 4 hours. We've seen a storm come out of just northwest of Oklahoma City, leave a 1 to 2 inch hail swath. Looks like it got a little bit more intense north of Bartlesville. And then here's the one towards Texas that came out of Sweetwater that went through Haley. that eventually head through the Grateford region. There's Grateford. We had another swath further south of Abilene. That's the one that went through Possum Kingdom Lake, right? Cisco, Eastland. That's continued to be on the ground in itself. Now it's been extended into the Stephenville region. But yeah, so far this is where the hail has been, and now we have those two isolated cells up into Jefferson City as well as heading into St. Louis. That is more significant in its own right. You zoom in here. This is coming out of 2.8 inches. That would be your tennis ball size hail, folks. That definitely did a lot of damage just west of the Jefferson City region. And at times we did have at one point we had that 88-mile-per-hour wind gust, right? We had a confirmation 88-mile-per-hour wind gust. So that was fairly significant in its own right. Yeah, let's turn on some hail reports and see where the action has been so far. All right, so we had some 70-mile-per-hour winds north of Bartersville. That was confirmed by a storm spotter. Let's go further south. All right, so it looks like we had confirmed. There's 2.75, folks. There's 2.75-inch hail just north of Abilene. There's an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. There's that 88-mile-per-hour wind gust. 3 miles east-northeast of Albany, Texas. That's the most significant wind of the evening so far. There's another 70-mile-per-hour in Blackwell, 71 miles an hour reported by a storm spotter. And there's a 2-inch hailstone in Cisco, 2-inch hailstone, and that would be Cisco, Texas, and Eastland County. So we definitely had some pockets of larger hail. There's one by Graham. There's 2-inch confirmed. And these are storm spotters that have been out there, have confirmed and sent in a storm report. But we haven't had any tornadoes yet. We have not had a tornado yet. We have not had a tornado warning, actually. There was another 2-inch one by Stillwater. That was in Logan County, 3 miles southeast of Marshall, Oklahoma. Now we had another pocket north of Bartersville. And then so far, that storm that's impacting Jefferson City has left a swath of golf ball size hail was reported over the chat session there. And now that system has continued to move off with still confirmed golf ball size hail. And it's probably the same impacts heading towards St. Louis. And here's another swath of pretty larger hail that a hail core dove into Decatur. I think that was, well, this is over 24 hours. I think that was actually yesterday. But yeah, that left some pretty good. I saw some social media posts on this one. Had some golf ball size hail, maybe 2 inches at time that came out of Decatur there. I think that was actually last night. It's picking up the last 24 hours. Yeah, but nonetheless, that's been fairly significant. There's some thunderstorm damage. Oh, some damage reports now. Yeah, mainly probably from some downburst winds, microburst winds, straight line winds. But yeah, that's the hail core that came out of Graham that's now heading eastbound, folks. So that's a continuation. And this would likely be extended into the Flower Mound region. So now we're getting closer into the Metroplex. It's actually getting faster than I thought. So yes, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Does have some about an inch and a half hail associated with it right now. This is the same system that left a 2-inch swath. This is getting closer into Denton County. So when this is right now, it's heading towards Springtown, heading towards the Azle region, and this would probably likely get extended. When it does, it would include the Sanger, the Denton, the Flower Mound region. So we'll have to watch this hail core if it tries to pulse up again. We did see that run right of the HRRR guidance about 8 o'clock. We had a supercell just west of the Metroplex that looked like it had a pretty significant hail core. Again, that was just a model run, but that's kind of coming into fruition now as we have a system out west that looks to continue to push off to the east. Hey, Justin. Hey, I appreciate the support. Yeah, so tomorrow is going to be a nasty day over Tennessee. I think things get going around 4 or 5 o'clock. We are going to have a significant hail threat, tornado threat. There's going to be, the low-level jet is going to be sneaking in from the southwest, originate likely into Mississippi, heading through Alabama, and then eventually start to elongate towards 3, 4, or 5 o'clock time frame, kind of blow up across the middle Tennessee area into the Kentucky region and back through those areas into Ohio. We are going to have a strong tornado threat associated with it, definitely some larger hail. So yes, I probably will be live at the time, going over all the parameters on that particular storm, but I wouldn't think that gets going until, I would say, after 2 o'clock tomorrow. Definitely keep an eye on the sky. And of course, I'll be live as well, tracking the storms for you. So it's been pretty active, folks, especially in the hail front. Hadn't been active on the tornado front, but it's definitely been active on the hail front and the gusty winds, 88 mile per hour. That did probably some significant damage. But now we're going to see if this starts to blow up, if you will, as it heads towards the Metroplex. It's just to the west of there. We can see a squall line heading that way, right? So you see the purple's trying to come back into fruition here. That's the system that's heading just possibly north of the Stephenville region. And as long as those purples stay together, that's the hell core that would, possibly, impact those areas as we extend into far, maybe Glen Rose, maybe Cleburne. But here's where the hell cores are right now. We've got one highlighted just south of the Bridgeport region. Another one, again, pretty isolated, separated here, coming out of Eastland, heading towards just north of Stephenville. And yet another one that's heading towards the Brownwood, maybe the Comanche region. Yeah, to me, it looks the more significant one is further north, which would be coming out of Eastland. That's already had confirmed 2-inch hail swath that came out of that system. It's the same system that went across Haley. That was the one that left that destructive baseball size hail out there towards the Haley region. Train spotter reported baseball size hail north of Lake Phantom Hill, FM 600. So, yeah, definitely ground truth confirmation from a storm spotter out there. So, yeah, appreciate him reporting and giving that real-time ground truth. It's one of those things when you see it on radar, you try to get a radar depiction, but it's always better to have ground truth and what it actually truly hit the surface, because sometimes it can get a little bit misled a little bit. If it's reading a little bit higher up aloft, could be overinflated. So it's always better to get the real actual size. And definitely, yeah, baseball size hail is concerning that we had confirmation coming out of Haley. And now it's that same system that left a 2-inch swath through Cisco. And that's the same system that is heading towards the Stephenville region. So Toller into to Granbury and to possibly the Glen Rose region as that one gets closer, closer to the Metroplex here. You gotta stay hydrated. These things, these live streams, obviously you tend to talk a lot, right? So sometimes you lose your voice. Yeah, but I appreciate everybody's support out there. Yeah, there's that one confirmation towards Vernon. Another train spotter did report 1.5 inch hail that was just south of the Vernon region. Let me put the radar on up for Oklahoma City. Mm. I'm just trying to see if I see any rotation. Okay, so it looks like we do have some rotation possibly towards Stillwater. So that system right here towards the Stillwater region. Yeah, possible rotation tag. So just any signs of rotation that might be coming out of these systems. So I'm a little surprised we have not seen a tornado yet. Uh, yeah, so we were definitely watching this. It's been definitely mainly a hail threat. Oh, there's one. That's Missouri. Okay, further north. Okay, so that was a system that was coming out of Jefferson City. That's the one that left some golf ball size hail. And now that has a little notch on the south side has turned tornadic. This is not a confirmed tornado, but it's just radar indicated possible tornado. That was a system that was capable of possibly producing a tornado. That's going to be heading towards what city is that? Westphalia until Westphalia until about 6:20. Lynn around 6:30. So this is a system that's moving east at 30 miles an hour. So we have confirmed rotation. Yes, it's right here. This is coming out of just south of the Tallahassee region. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. So those areas going to be maybe Rich Fountain. This is in Judge. What we're talking about. This is in Jefferson City of a possible tornado. This is a tornado warning, not confirmed tornado, but it is showing signs of rotation on the south flank. It's trying to show the little bit of a hook, and definitely within that info notch, the atmosphere is rotating on radar. So they did in fact and issue that tornado warning unfolding right now. Let me switch. All right, it's definitely trying to get a little bit more pronounced as it's heading towards Lynn. So we do have a radar indicated possible tornado trying to form as this is heading east towards Lynn at 30 miles an hour. You definitely need to take in your safe zone as this will continue to be under the warning for the next 40 minutes. This was issued by the St. Louis National Weather Service out there. This is a possible tornado trying to develop heading towards the city of Lynn. And looks like beyond that could be New Haven in its path as this supercell is trying to starting to rotate as it would be right here in the Westphalia and heading towards Lynn right here in this little notch right here. This is the more concerning inflow that we're talking about that's going to continue to push east. Yeah, you can see the hell core dropped, the hell core pulsed down, and the tornado threat popped up. Let me put this in motion here. Yeah, so this was coming south of out of Watersville, and then once it headed towards West Ophelia, then it did take on a little bit more rotation just south of the Tahoe region, and that's why they did in fact issue that warning. And that goes on for another 40 minutes or so as this is a continue to shift eastbound. Again, this is radar indicated. This is not a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. We're just watching this rotation. It's still looking fairly healthy as it heads towards Lynn. This is our first tornado warning of the night, folks. This is we've been live for about almost 4 hours, and this is the first one, folks. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is a warning, but a little bit more concerning now. This is the hell core has pulsed down, and it started to rotate on the southern flank of this supercell. Notice there's not much on the south side, so it's got great separation and great inflow to keep this thing alive as this will continue to push east as maybe it possibly heads towards the New Haven region eventually. And there's a lot of separation in between these two particular cells. We started to eye this earlier. Remember, this is still the area that is under that moderate risk and more of a higher end tornado threat. So we're starting to see within that zone where the more favored areas where we were likely to see a tornado is starting to show signs of that. Hey Terry, I don't know. I hadn't figured it out yet. Maybe in the afternoon. We'll just say 3 o'clock right now. 3 o'clock tomorrow. I'll make my thumbnail and put it out there probably in the morning. I may even do a video. We'll see. Depends on. But yeah, I'll plan on coming back about 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All right, so we got that cell to watch up there into Jefferson City. All right, let's push back down to Dallas and see where we are with these cells as this is heading towards the Flower Mound region. This has some 65-mile-per-hour winds associated with it as it's coming out, heading in towards Springtown, right over the Paradise region. This would likely be extended into Denton and to Flower Mound as we go over the next 20 minutes or so. There's also another more significant cell that's also showing possible signs that maybe trying to develop some rotation as well. That one has an 1.5-inch hell core with it, some 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that one's possibly heading north of the Stephenville region and eventually heading towards Toller into Granbury. Over the coming 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, purple is not good. That's definitely higher intensity. Definitely has that hell core with it. It's small but mighty, I would imagine. Has that 1.5-inch hell core. Almost golf ball size there. Let's put the motion on this one. All right, so this was the storm that was coming out of. All right, yeah, so this is the same system that already left 2 inches in Cisco that went right over Eastland, south of Ranger, and now it's south of Thubder. And that's the same system that will continue to push and be between Weatherford and Glenrose. Yeah, so individual supercells uh, approaching the Metroplex, broken squall line, kind of what we talked about. Let me switch radars and get a broader view here. All right, so let's look at the big picture. We still got that tornado warning up there in Jefferson City area. We got these supercells trying to get closer into the Metroplex. We got another cell that just popped up north of Joplin. Brand new issued severe thunderstorm warning north of Joplin. That's also moving northeast. So this could also be near the Jefferson City region. So this cell just west of St. Louis is trying to pulse up again. This also has some golf ball size hail with it, impacting the Chesterville region. So that's a cell that broke off that went now over Chesterville, and it looks at reloading on the backside. Yeah, that looks to be in a pretty intense cell with looks like golf ball size hail over the Chesterfield region, and then regenerating back behind it could get a series of golf ball size hail swaths through that region. All right, so that storm is going to be right over Lynn here shortly, and coming out of Jefferson City at 6:30. So you should be in your safe zone in a basement. Take cover now, as this system is moving east at 30 miles an hour. So yes, you are getting pelted. It looks like it's on the same general vicinity line as the one that it's coming out of just west of St. Louis. So this could be some training cells, if you will, elongating that same boundary, kind of a 1-2 punch with about a 45-minute separation between the supercells. Hey, just logged on. What's the update for our North Dallas area? Hey, Casey. Yeah, so we're watching these supercells right here. What is it? 6:30. This one likely gets extended. Just as this is the one that has some 1 1/4 inch hail with it. This would likely be extended into Denton, into Flower Mound over the next 20 minutes. This has a history of producing some larger hail with it. And then we have that other cell southwest of Fort Worth that's getting closer to the Metroplex as well. You can see it's still trying to back build further south. I mean, these aren't severe, but still back building as these storms will be heading towards Kerrville, heading towards the San Antonio region eventually. It would likely be over San Antonio and Austin, maybe in a couple of hours. So this one has about 30 minutes left of that warning. Yeah, I'm watching, keeping an eye open. I have another radar up here watching the storm on Lynn. It's still just showing signs of rotation. We haven't had a confirmed tornado on that one. Hey, Alan, timing for Frisco and McKinney. Well, right now it would possibly be this one cell. If it would, holds together, would likely move through Denton and Flower Mound, and then this one would likely, be extended into, Frisco and McKinney after that. So maybe a little bit faster than I thought. 7:30, 7:45. Maybe this cell is over that area. See, some of these are actually moving east, and some of these are actually moving northeast. Yeah, timing for Prosper. Yeah, same thing. Same as McKinney. We're probably about at least an hour, if not an hour and a half away. We got 30 minutes left on this watch or this warning. So we hit the 4 hour mark. Hey, greatly appreciate everybody tuning in to the live stream. If you're just now kind of tuning in, we're covering basically a multi-state event from Texas to Oklahoma to Kansas City to Missouri, all the way through, the Ohio Valley region. It's a long night. Things are just getting going. We've seen numerous hail reports. We've seen 70, 80, as much as 88-mile-per-hour gust reports out in Texas. And we just have our first tornado warning of the day that's still unfolding across Jefferson City. Still radar depicted. It's looking, a little messy right now. So just watching this pretty nasty hail core that went through or heading just west of the St. Louis region that still has some golf ball size hail with it. That's also showing signs of possible rotation in itself. But look at further north, right? I mean, see the separation, how it fans out. Definitely a lot of greens and yellows are all mixed in. Just more of a messy mode. That's not going to turn severe, folks. These are the ones that are more concerning when they're separated like this. And that's kind of what's happening really into Oklahoma. You can see it's feeding off of Wichita Falls. I mean, it's really spreading out a lot. I mean, that environment's not going to turn severe like that. It just goes to show you. I mean, the high resolution guidances are just kind of just a model, right? I mean, a lot of the runs for 4 or 5 in a runs showed Wichita Falls getting nailed in a mesoscale swath going through the southern corridor along the Red River, and that obviously did not come to fruition. We've seen nothing of like that in that region. It got fairly close. It was starting to come together with this cell, but it was much further south. But nothing what the HRRR guidance was hinting at for sure. Especially for this area towards Wichita Falls. This is more of a messy storm mode entering Gainesville into Sherman. This is likely not going to be severe with that setup right there. Since this is still pretty separated in between these two systems, this is going to probably continue to remain severe. And if we watch the frame here, you can see the purples starting to show up on the map here as it's trying to intense on the south side. Yeah, this is the cell that's going to be heading towards Denton. This has got confirmed, quarter size to possibly maybe up to golf ball size hail at times with this storm that's really highlighted over Springtown right now. Yeah, that storm is continue to move east. That storm that's coming out of Lynn there in Jefferson City is moving east northeast at 35 miles an hour. Would likely be over the New Haven area at 7:55. This is actually up in Missouri there. So 7:55. That tornado warning is still holding together. Nothing confirmed, but radar indicated. All right, so we got another tornado warning. It looks like this is a cell that's coming out of Stillwater. So let's look at the parameters on this one. Again, this is radar confirmed, not an actual tornado, but radar indicated. So we this is a cell that's coming out of the Morrison area, the Glencoe. Radar depicted quarter size hail, possible rotation with this storm coming heading towards the Pawnee region. This would be coming out of Stillwater, heading towards Pawnee as this continues to lift. Northeast at 35 miles an hour. So some storms are definitely lifting northeast, and some are basically lifting east northeast, and some further south into Texas are just moving basically due east, coming off the dry line there. But this looks to be heading towards an area that already got hit pretty hard, which is north of Bartersville region. This looks to be in the same kind of general vicinity. As you can see, the mesoscale discussion has already got extended. So they're already seeing some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some penny-sized hail as this system is moving at 55 miles an hour. So this area north of Bartersville, they already got hit hard significantly earlier with that hail core and reports of damage. Some tree limbs have broken in that region. We could be looking at more significant weather into the same general vicinity in the short term. Hey, Denton City has a lightning strike warning for about 10 miles out, so it's coming closer to that area. Yeah, so let's zoom further south. All right, so this continues to be coming out of Springtown. All right, so now, yeah, it has some deeper purples now. So this storm is strengthening actually. Now this is probably has some golf ball size hail associated with it out of Springtown. Yeah, so here's your hail core coming out of a Springtown region. This will be likely heading towards Boyd, into Rome, into New Fairview, probably north of the Pelican Bay region. But the hail core has intensified. It's got a little bit more pronounced, likely growing in nature. So places in the path are Justin. Justin looks to take the brunt of the storm. So it'd be Rome and Justin over the next 20 minutes or so. All right, so it looks like Justin is at 6:58. Justin at 6:58. New Fairview at 6:43. So New Fairview at 6:43. That was in the next 3 minutes is going to be crossing over your area and eventually heading towards Justin, the city of Justin. This would be some 2-inch diameter hail. This is a hail core. It has the potential to possibly reach 3 inches at times. This is all moving east to northeast about 30, 40 to 30, 35 to 40 miles an hour. All right, but right now we've got a fairly decent, significant hell core coming out of this system. See all the darker purples here? That is just north of the Springtown and the Keter region. This is all heading towards Rome. This will be over the next 2 minutes. Will be over the city of Rome, dumping some 2-inch hail. Look at the deep purples really starting to intensify there. This storm is strengthening, and one of the reasons it is strengthening because there's nothing around it, folks. This is nothing around it. So this is one supercell that is starting to strengthen, and it's got a lot of room to work with, right? There's nothing to the south side of there, and it's actually trying to form a little bit of a curvature shape on the southern flank here. Yeah, so the main concern as of right now is this significant hail core that is heading towards the city of Rome and New Fairview, which would be in Justin by 6:58. So this is in the next 15 minutes. And if we continue on that northeast path, that's going to maybe take it over Argyle. So this would likely be extended as this is going to expire in the next 18 minutes or so. This would include the Flower Mound region, would include the Denton region. Look at the blue starting to show up. This hell core is continuing to strengthen, folks. This is a strengthening system as we speak. Very damaging, destructive hail starting to come together up there into Springtown. This has the potential with the atmosphere to reach 3 inches in diameter. It's not quite there yet, but it has the potential based on the parameters that we're looking at here. And you might be getting that in this area where it has the lighter blues, right? That is your most significant hail core coming out of that system right here. You can see the darker grays now. That is really expanded big time. And it's all by its lonesome. This is what we're concerned about, these little isolated embedded supercells. Sometimes, yes, it can only take one storm, but it only needs one storm. If you know those cloud tops are already big, it's already laying down some pretty good hail, and this would likely be training over an extended period of time. So definitely concerning as this is getting closer in the Metroplex that this hail core could stay on the ground for a while. So it's already been on the ground for an extended period of time. It came out of Albany. It was just north of Breckenridge. Yeah, there it was as it peaked at almost 3 inches there. So that was baseball size hail at one point. And then remember it came through Grayford, and now it's pulsing back up again. Now it's intensifying as it heads towards Springtown, and it continues on this same path. So you just you kind of do the math, right? If this does in fact hold together, that would put this area into play, right? So if this hail core continues to remain on the ground and continues lifting, moving east at northeast, it would likely bring some form of hail within this corridor over the next hour and a half. If that supercell does in fact come together, and there's nothing really telling me it can't, because there's nothing to tear it apart. It's all by itself. Continue to have tap it into those more favorable dynamics it's able to work with. And yeah, so little concerning with this system that's coming out of Springtown heading into the heart of the Metroplex, towards Denton and Collin County eventually, with possibly bigger hail, as it's still holding its own north of just south of Bridgeport there. Yeah, so this would likely be extended in the next 15 minutes. They're probably going to be doing it before that. So I am expecting this severe thunderstorm warning to be extended as as we get closer in the next 10 minutes or so. Let's look at some questions. What size hail does that storm currently have? Yeah, 2 inches. Right now, it's got 2 inch hail that has the potential to get up to three. So right now, it's producing golf ball size hail with this particular thunderstorm, and it has the potential to max out towards 3 inches. It doesn't mean it's going to get there. It just has the range to get there. So yeah, definitely concerning with this supercell, as we're still continuing to see these darker purples not really going anywhere. You can see the lighter blues pulsed up and pulsed down, so that's pretty normal from these supercells. But yeah, for sure, this is definitely concerning as this head towards the Denton region. All right, so we still got the same two tornado warnings towards Pawnee and to Lynn. So I'm watching those cells as well. All right, so we got another cell that has some 1.5 inch hail, some 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is approaching the Glen Rose area into Weatherford. That'll eventually head into Tarrant County. So if we expand the view here, you can see the back building nature of these storms pushing further south. Yeah, I'm just kind of flipping back and forth radars here. All right, so we'll tap into the Oklahoma City region. It almost seemed like it just kind of bypassed Oklahoma City and just lifted further north. Let me tap into different radars. Yeah, we had that storm earlier in Vernon. It just kind of fell apart and regenerated further north. Nothing really happened in Wichita Falls. Nothing. I don't think really anything happened in Lawton. It was all north of there. This is kind of messy towards Ardmore and Sulphur. This is really pretty messy. But yeah, just still concerning about this one particular supercell. Still holding its own. Still a fairly decent hell core with this one. Some 65-mile-per-hour winds. Some 2 inch hail. Still on that same trajectory. It looks to be okay. I got some cities for you. Argyle at 709. This system, Argyle at 709. So that's about 20 minutes or so. And then Lake Dallas. Lake Dallas, that's between Highland Village. Looks like Highland Village may be in the path around 724 from this 2 inch hail core, if this holds together, which it really has for about 20 miles or so. All right, so we're starting to get a little bit closer towards the Metroplex with more activity. It's mainly just these two cells that we're concerned about. This is the cell that's approaching Denton County, and this is the cell that's also left. So this basically started in Sweetwater. This is really what started it all, folks. This was a cell that was active when we first came on board at 3 o'clock, right? This was at 3 o'clock. This is one of the first severe thunderstorm warnings of the day. And that's what I mean. I mean, it's this system has, essentially went over this same area and it's traversing across the Northeast. So this is the one that has the active storm. So this is the original storm that started in Sweetwater that continues to leave a 2 inch hail swath in its path. as this is pushing into the Denton area. So I mean, it shows all signs that this possibly could start still hold together as it swings through Denton and Collin County, as it's basically been holding together all the way back into Sweetwater. All right, so they're probably going to be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning really in the next couple of minutes for Denton County. It's just a matter of time before they pull the trigger on that one. I'm not really seeing any rotation with this storm. It's just the concerning larger hail with this one, as it's right over the city of Rome right now. This one's right over the city of Rome. That it just refreshed, still has the deepening purples. It looks to be over a Justin around 657 over in Justin. That's in the next 6 minutes or so. And Argyle at 709. Argyle at 709. And if it continues on the path, it looks to be near Highland Village or Lake Dallas around 724. 724, possibly in this vicinity right here outside of Louisville Lake. So again, if you're just now kind of tuning in, we're tracking this hail core that's originally started it all in Sweetwater, Texas, west of Abilene, blew up to baseball size hail just north of there in the Haley region, had an 88-mile-per-hour wind gust out there into Albany. This is the same supercell, folks. This is Graham, and now it's still continuing to drop a 2-inch hail swath as it approaches Denton County. And this would traverse across Lantana, looks like Lantana, and then north of the Highland Village region between Lake Dallas and Highland Village. So we're continuing to watch this supercell continue to hold its own. Still has the deepening purples there. Just kind of waiting for this severe thunderstorm warning to be extended into the Denton County region. Yeah, if you got friends and family, please share the feed. It's getting closer into the Metroplex, folks, and this is a dangerous supercell thunderstorms. They need to be made aware. If you're in Denton or Collin County, we've got one supercell that we're concerned about, folks. This one supercell that is leaving a 2-inch swath of hail in its path, and it's continued to hold its own. Still has those deepening purples with it. It's left already confirmation. A lot of damage in Sweetwater, some baseball size hail in Haley, south of Graham there, had an 88-mile-per-hour wind gust and along the same path. Okay, so there it is. It did in fact get extended. So we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Wise County, Denton County, and north central Texas, as well as northern Tarrant County. So we're watching that cell that was over the Rome area around 640. Now it's just a little bit northeast of there. This is moving eastbound at 35 miles an hour. Does in fact have confirmed ping pong size hail with it, some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So locations in the path are going to be, as I mentioned, the Justin and the North Lake region around 705, Justin and North Lake. But first, it's going to be in the Rome. This is the next 5 minutes. Rome, Hazlitt, and New Fairview around 7 o'clock. This has some ping pong size hail around that region. So then it'll impact those areas into Justin, North Lake at 705, Flower Mound, Roanoke, Argyle, those into 710, and then it eventually swings into Denton, Bartonville, 715. There's Double Oak, folks. Remember Double Oak? That's the one that had some tennis ball size hail in the March 14th, 15th storm. Looks to be impacted again around 720. Corinth, Highland Village, Hickory Creek around 725. Louisville, Lake Dallas, Shady Shores, 730. The Colony, Lake Louisville, as well as into Little Elm around 7:35. So this is actually taking a somewhat similar path than the one that just did it 2 weeks ago, folks. This Look at the deep purples. They're really not going anywhere. They're really holding its own as this hell core is about to impact the Justin area over the next couple of minutes, as is really continuing to just kind of hold together. Let me show you the size of this hell core as it continues to move across. And there's not much on the south side of this. This is north of Fort Worth, north of the Dallas region. This is all heading towards Denton County, portions of Tarrant County, and eventually you can look at the math, folks. If it does continue, it would impact Collin County, beyond this. So hey, Lindsay, does that mean Salina? That we'll just kind of see if it holds together. I mean, this is moving east. Salina's probably going to be north of there, it seems like. If this continues to push eastbound, it might go towards Corinth, Little Elm, and Frisco. Yeah, let me show you the hell swath right now. This is what it's left behind. Here's the current size. This is the current hail. Yeah, 1.75. So that's golf ball size hail, folks. Right now, this is golf ball size hail in the Rome region happening right now with that supercell, and it's already left a pretty good hail swath, well behind it. So it's been pretty much along this same corridor, right? It's got all the way down to Springwater, north of Abilene, through Haley, north of Breckenridge, went through north of Mineral Wells, and now it's traversing across this same pass. So it's already held together for that long. It's probably going to hold together a little bit longer. Right. So this is why it's concerning as it gets into Denton and Collin County, as it's likely going to be still dropping those hailstones. It's no guarantee what size it's going to be while it gets there, because this is definitely going to be pulsing up and pulsing down. You see this not as significant purples any longer. There's definitely any blues. That's an indication it has come down a little bit, but these are all just in phases as the system will continue to push across. All right, so let me put the storm motion on that particular cell. All right, let me switch back radars here. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. We are watching live storm coverage. We are under severe thunderstorm watch out here in Denton, and this goes until 9 o'clock. I actually under the outskirts of the tornado watch. We've had a couple of warnings so far. We have not had any confirmed tornadoes as of yet tonight. Really anywhere, not just Texas, all across. Really, this whole severe weather threat, we haven't seen any. We've had some tornado warnings, but we haven't had a confirmed tornado. But yeah, it's just this one supercell, right? I mean, you got this big separation. You got a lot of miles in between, Hazel and Weatherford and Benbrook, where there's nothing there. So this is that broken squall line we talked about, right? So if you're in the path of this hail swath, you're probably going to get hit with hail. If you're not in the path, you basically get nothing, right? And then it picks back up again further south. So we got another size hail core further south into Toller. That's moving through Granbury, heading towards Glen Rose. And look at the newest frame now. You can start to see the blues starting to show up again, right? So this is just that. This is the nature of hail cores. They definitely tend to pulse up and pulse down. Significant updrafts are moving through this system right now. Hey, Ghost, how's it going, buddy? Hey, good to see you on here. It's great to do live streams again. So I look to do more of these in the coming weeks for sure. Appreciate your support. All right. So this, yeah, so this hell core, let me get some new times on for you. Yeah, it looks to be right there near New Fairview right now. New Fairview. Justin at 7:04. So that's the next 3 minutes. Um, looks like just south of North Lake. Argyle, Argyle around 7:15. Argyle around 7:15. Looks to be just south of Ponder. I would say this is mainly moving. It's not moving due east or northeast. It's more like east northeast. The system's moving east northeast. All right. So yeah, if you're listening to me from Corinth, Denton, Little Elm, Frisco, possibly the Prosper region, McKinney, I would say. Yeah, now's the time to put your car under cover. If you got one, you still got a little bit of time to get it. If you got a carport, if you got any type of garage, definitely I would say put your car under cover. This has been a history of producing some, 1.5 to 2 inch to 2.5 inch to possibly up to 3 inch hell core within this system, really all the way from Sweetwater, Texas, folks. So this has been a known proven fact that this hell system, this swath, could continue to leave some higher hell swath as it continues to move east northeast. All right, so let's get the bigger picture here. Uh-oh. Is that uh switch radars here? All right, so we're watching this one cell, folks. Oh, there it is. We had confirmed 2 inch hail right there in Rome. Confirmed 2 inch hail in Rome from a ground storm spotter. That was at 7:02, folks. This is real time as it gets. It's 2 minutes ago. Real time storm spotter reported 2 inch. That's definitely doing a lot of damage with this hail core as it continues to move east, east northeast at 35 miles an hour. Um, yeah, and it does have I would say it does have a little bit of rotation with this system as well. So, but yeah, definitely the main concern is the larger hail, the more significant hail coming out of this system. But it definitely appears that it does have a little bit of rotation with this particular supercell as well near the Boyd region. All right, so let's put the frame on this. See, at times some of these purples start to subside, right? I mean, it's showing a lot of purple, some blues earlier, and now it's not. So, these things again, these things just continue to kind of pulse up and pulse down. So yeah, yeah, but the same trajectory has been the same swath that's moving through the Metroplex here. Um, Go on Twitter. Hey, when should we expect to get hit in McKinney? Hey Tiffany, yeah. So this is the main system we're watching, right? This is coming out of heading into Denton County, heading out of Rome, 2 inches in Rome. Again, if this continues to be on the to be on the ground or sorry to be have that hell core, then it would likely extend into Collin County. But you can definitely see as the frames get a little bit further in closer to flower mount, it definitely looks like it's weakening for sure. We're not seeing the deep purples anymore. We're definitely not seeing any blues. So that is a sign that this thing is actually weakening as well. And now we had just now, this is real time activity in Justin. A National Weather Service employee did report 1 inch hail in Justin. So there you go. That gives you confirmation that that hail core has come down actually in half as of this last frame. Doesn't mean it can't go back up again, but right now it's definitely come down and half as it's getting closer to flower mount here. And if you recall, we're coming out of the tornado watch area, and member McKinney is not in any watch at all, and it's weakening as it's approaching. Right, so these are things to look at as the dynamics are just not as favorable as you move east of the I-35 corridor. But nonetheless, we are watching this storm. Hey, thundering and starting to rain near Denton County. Hey, I appreciate this report. How are we looking at Crowley? Sky is getting dark out there. Yeah, so we're just kind of watching this squall line come together about 1.25 inches just south of Fort Worth. That's the system that's in Glen Rose. That's heading to Burleson. That eventually head towards Fort Worth region. Yeah, but this system has shown a noticeable sign of weakening for sure. It's not as significant as what we were seeing earlier. That is for sure. All right, so further north. Okay, so here we go. There, that storm that was out of west of St. Louis has now turned tornadic. Again, another radar indicated tornado. Nothing confirmed, but that was a pretty significant supercell that left a pretty good hell swath. Came out of Chesterfield, and now it's moving across just north of St. Louis here. Hey, thanks for you to continue to going live and keep us updated. We all appreciate you. No problem, Sarah. Hey, Nick. Yeah, this is definitely showing weak rotation, pretty weak, but it's near the Boyd region. I mean, to me, it's gotten a little bit messier as it's continued to push further east. Looks like we had another report come in in Aurora, Texas. Some quarter size hail from another train spotter down there. But yeah, this was the hell spot. This is what we're talking about. This is why we're on this storm. Look how it's held together from Sweetwater to north of Abilene to south of Graham, and now it's back into Rome, right? And so it's had some 1 to 2 to 2.75 to 2 to 1 and 2. So this is a storm that's just now entering Denton County, and eventually this might hold together into Collin County. But at last look, it definitely appears it has started to weaken, and actually fairly substantially. Actually, we're not definitely even seeing the darker purples. We're definitely not seeing any blues. We're just kind of seeing some yellows and oranges, which is definitely showing a sign that is weakening. The hail core has come down in size. It used to be triple this. That was the one that left the 2-inch hail swath out of Rome. Now it's basically down to quarter. So we're basically down to quarter size, minimal hail here. But nonetheless, that is traversing across the Justin region. Hey, Tyler. Hey, appreciate your support. Thanks for the donation. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, that looks like to be just on the outskirts of Justin, into North Lake, heading into Coral City, back into Argyle, it looks to appear. This will eventually look to appear being the Highland Village region. I can't say how big it might be until then, because it definitely looks like it's on the way down. Not as significant. Yeah, only subtle signs of purple. It's always a good sign. But as soon as I say that, we start to see more purple start to show up on the map. And then you get a little inflow notch on the south side too. So this might be regenerating. It might be re-strengthening. Hey, raining in North Lake, but no hail yet. Hey, I appreciate the confirmation. Okay, so it's probably not that far. Let me know if you get some hail in North Lake. It's right on your doorstep. You can see yeah, you're not that far away. Yeah, here's North Lake starting to get those darker colors now. Yeah, very small area, but that's the hell swath. See, it's come down in half basically from what it was. But nonetheless, it is still there and it's still moving east northeast. Hey, sorry, I'm just now seeing that. I'm getting a lot of comments, so I miss a lot of them. All right, so there's another little system. It's also got its own little hell core as well. Pretty small, but heading over the Toller area and Granbury. That one's moving east at northeast as well. Yeah, just several isolated systems, broken squall line, just like we talked about, moving through the Metroplex. Yeah, it definitely appears it's a little possibly faster than what some of the guidance was looking at. Yeah, right now I've got the Dallas-Fort Worth area radar on. Yeah, but once this squall line moves through, like towards Abilene, you're done for the evening, folks. You are done. This is the main system. Once this line hits through your area, you've got cooler air in the backside. You got um, okay, all right. So it has in fact pulsed back up again, folks. Now we've got confirmed uh, golf ball size hail. So golf ball size hail from an amateur radio in Denton County. That was as of 7 o'clock. Okay, that was an earlier report, but nonetheless, we did get confirmation again in Rome and now in Justin of golf ball size hail out of that system. And now we're starting to see more purples on the map, right? This one may be looking to build back up again. So if you're just now tuning in, looks like I got about 1,600 on Facebook. Follow me right now. We're watching live storm coverage, folks. We've got a decent sized hail core that's left some damaging hail in its wake over Rome, over Justin now, some 2-inch, and now golf ball size hail over Justin. This is the same complex that's moving through the heart of Denton County right now and making a beeline towards Highland Village, Corinth, down into Oak Point, eventually heading to Little Elm. I mean, almost deja vu, folks. I mean, this this looks to be. I wasn't doing the live coverage. Obviously, I was out of town, but this looks to be a similar path than what they just had 2 weeks ago, and in the middle of March. I mean, this was a system that I know it hit Double Oak. It went through Highland Village. It went through Little Elm, and then it went through Prosper. So this looks to be literally a similar path as looks to be in the same general trajectory. Yeah, if anything, it looks like it's maybe pushed a little bit north as well. It's moving more northeast instead of east northeast like it was. Yeah, it's actually shifted. I mean, that's it. Actually, it's taken a shift. It's moving. Um, it's definitely moved further north. It's moving east northeast. Okay, so now we got deepening purples. This has taken a noticeable tick upward in the last frame or two. We definitely have a deepening hell core starting to come back together again. As wow, look at that, folks! Look at the deep purple starting to come together just outside of the Ponder region, right over Justin. They've already had golf ball size hail confirmed. This has the potential to reach 2 inches in diameter, but this is moving east northeast. It looks like it's slowed down a little bit, about 20 miles an hour. Looks like the North Lake region around 720, it appears, and eventually heading towards Corinth at 735. Corinth at 735. Argyle towards the 725 time frame. So it has shifted a little bit further north than what we were looking at just about 5 minutes ago. There's the new frame as it. All right, so it looks like we have a fairly decent hell core, maybe right over the city of North Lake right now. They're likely probably getting some potential golf ball sized hail out of this system. Yeah, but this hell core is definitely holding its own, folks. It's definitely holding it together. Hey, Reed Timmer is on that storm, is getting held on right now. Oh, Reed Timmer's on that storm? So he's in the area. He's here. Oh, Cool. All right, so we're watching this again, this hail core that's moving through Denton County right now, possibly heading towards Collin County. We are watching a, pretty fairly decent, significant hail core that it's definitely holding its own down here, and a little bit more concerning as this continues to lift northeast. All right, so I'm starting to watch other yeah, so North Lake. Yeah, so we're gonna keep it right here and watch this storm continue to oh wow, look at that folks. 3 inches confirmed. 3 inch hail core in south 3.4 inches in east of Rome. Yeah, confirmed by a storm spotter down there in the city of Rome. Wow, 3.4 inches. That looks to be the most significant of the night. That is every bit of baseball size hail there. So this is a dangerous situation unfolding. Massive hail core has come in through Denton County. Destructive hail in its path, moving east northeast. And this is leaving a pretty good significant hail swath as it's right over the city of North Lake right now and just south of Ponder. I mean, North Lake is likely getting pounded at the moment. And that is continuing to move east and northeast. And if you do the trajectory, look who's in the path. That's Corinth, that is Denton, and eventually that would be the Oak Point area. The Oak Point area would likely be in the path of this damaging, destructive hail core as it's continuing to hold its own. We were having numerous storm spotters, severe thunderstorm. Okay, severe thunderstorm watch for Collin County. So they did in fact extend it. Did they, or did we get that earlier? Let me put this back on. I remember I took that off. Where am I at? Where am I at? Sorry, I'm getting tired. Weather alerts. Okay. Yeah, ironically, they're in between. So again, it doesn't matter if you have a watch or anything. We're watching a live storm out to your west, and with a fairly significant hail core. But it looks like yes, they did extend the severe thunderstorm watch would include into Dallas. It looks like they did that earlier through 9 o'clock. So. All right, so right now that hail core is right over North Lake, and it's continued to move out of North Lake, and it's heading towards Argyle. So Argyle at 7:29, Bartonsville 7:34, Corinth 7:42, the Colony at 7:58, and Frisco, Texas at 8:05. So Frisco at 8:05 of this potential hail core over your area by then. So 8:05, that would be in 35 minutes. Looks like we have another report in Robertson Ranch, quarter size hail right at the moment as of 2 minutes ago. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. We are watching live storm coverage. Going to be impacting the heart of the Metroplex here shortly. So if you have the news feed, be sure to share it to friends and family, any groups you might have. We are doing live coverage for an extended period of time. We've been on live almost 5 hours now, watching this storm complex really all start in Sweetwater. That's where it really originated. That was the original severe thunderstorm warning. That was around 3:10 this afternoon. And this has all led to this event. And now it's intensifying as it gets closer to the Metroplex. We also have another little cell down here that's also left golf ball size hail That's another cell. It's coming out of Granbury that will eventually move into between Cleburne and Burleson down there just southwest of of Dallas there, and that's in itself has left some pretty significant hail moving through that corridor as well. So we got two main systems that we're concerned about, and really three. There's another one here coming out of Hicko, and that's actually holding its own as well. And this would be moving through possibly the Meridian area, through Morgan, Walnut Springs, and maybe eventually into the city of Blum down there just south of Cleburne. Uh, Oh, let me go to Oklahoma real quick. We do have our first confirmed tornado. It looks like in Oklahoma. So we have an observed tornado. But this is actually the first confirmed tornado located 3 miles south of Winona. 3 miles south of Winona, moving east at 45 miles an hour. A damaging tornado. Areas in the path are going to be the Barnesdall area, Event, Walco, and Winona and Perishing. So this is an observed tornado on the ground that's just basically coming out of Pawnee. This was the system earlier, has now spun up a confirmed tornado. This is our first one of the evening, just north of the Tulsa region of this confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Yeah, you can see it actually right there heading towards uh, the Barnesdale region. This will eventually heading toward. You got the tornado warning. So 3 miles southeast. This is located 3 miles south of Winona in Oklahoma. So again, a confirmed observed tornado on the ground needs to be taking yourself safe zone into Barnesdale, into the Bartersville region, as this would continue to lift up to move east at 45 miles an hour. So confirmed tornado just northwest of Tulsa, 3 miles near Winona. At the same time, we've got golf ball size hail now in Coral City. Coral City has confirmed, as of a couple of minutes ago, confirmed golf ball size hail coming out of Coral City, as that system will continue to push eastbound into deeper into Denton County. So yes, it's starting to get a lot more active now. All right, so you can see the hell core again. Definitely getting some. Yeah, did you see the darker blues here? That's your golf ball size hail about to impact Argyle. This will eventually head towards Corinth. Yeah, to me, it looks like this hell core is definitely holding its own. Okay, so there is the extension into Collin County. They did, in fact, extend it. This is through 9 o'clock. So for the next hour and a half, waiting for this system to come out from the west. Yes, they did, in fact, go ahead and extend the severe thunderstorm watch, as this warning will likely be extended into Collin County next after this one expires in the next 25 minutes or so. So we got our first confirmed tornado in Oklahoma happening right now, and we got a big hail swath that's coming approaching the DFW Metroplex. Hey, tornado east southeast of Winona. Hail and harvest, golf ball size hail. Yeah, so this has been a pretty significant hail core coming out of the Springtown region. that went through Rome that had a confirmed 3.4-inch near Justin. And now that is to continue to shift out of Coral City, some golf ball size hail, and now eventually heading towards Corinth and near Highland Village. And like I said, to me, this is the same general vicinity that the storm was that hit 2 weeks ago. DFW airport shut down. I'm not certain. I don't have access to that right now. This storm's pretty far away. There's DFW airport. It's probably getting close. Well, I mean, it will. It's going to have to close. Okay, so they went ahead and extended this. So we got the extension on the severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning, Johnson County, southeastern Parker, southern Tarrant, and northeastern Hood County. That was a storm that was near the Godley region, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So locations and the path of this new severe thunderstorm warning that has some golf ball size hail and some 65-mile-per-hour winds. Locations are Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Mansfield, the Burleson, Cleburne, Benbrook, Crowley, Forest Hill, Granbury, Kennendale, Everman, Keene, then Alvarado, Rendon, back into the Venus region and Aledo. All those areas could pick up potentially some, a storm that is producing some golf ball size hail out of the city of Godley, continue to push eastbound. Looks like we had another confirmed 3-inch hailstone. Yeah, that was also near the city of Justin. So we've got numerous reports of 3 inches from multiple different spotters out there. So this is definitely an active storm for sure. I think this is another one that came out of Coral City. Yeah, there's the confirmation of the golf ball size hail there out of Coral City. All right, so those areas into Highland Village needs to get ready, and the Corinth needs to get ready, and eventually Oak Point, Little Elm, and looks to me this would likely extend into Frisco. I should probably go tell my wife because this is probably going to be extended in McKinney. She probably has no clue what's going on. All right, hold on, guys. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Apparently she's not even home. So I don't know. I've been doing this 5 hours, so I'm not sure exactly where she's at. All right. So yeah, this is so this hail core is like literally right over just south of Denton right now, and moving through through Corinth at the moment, eventually heading towards the Oak Point region and back into Little Elm. It's hailing right now into Argyle. Hey, I appreciate the ground report. Yeah, there it is right there. Went into Argyle. Definitely appreciate it. It looks like it's showing the severe will go just north of Frisco towards Anna. Um, let's see. It is moving east. So yeah, it's yeah, I mean Frisco's definitely not out of the outskirts. It is actually pushing more east than east northeast. So this is 7:36. Um, yeah, so right now we're watching this significant hail core moving through Denton County as we speak. This is likely going to be extended into Collin County in the next 20 minutes or so. So yeah, be sure to share the live feed. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. If you're watching me on YouTube, make sure you subscribe and hit the like button, as well as follow me on Facebook for all my updates. But yeah, this is continuing to leave a pretty good hell swath in its pack. And yeah, the hell core is holding it together through Argyle, um, back, heading towards Corinth at the moment. And this is moving east. So yeah, Corinth, Little Elm, Frisco, Oak Point. Those are the favorite areas, likely in the path of this storm eventually, as this continues to move off to the east. And it's just this one storm, right? If you're not in the trajectory of this storm, you're not going to get hail, right? I mean, so it is literally this one hail core right here. There's no hail further north. There's nothing, right? So there's not much going on. So you have to be within the path. Um, so it's feast or famine essentially. That's the nature of the beast when you get severe thunderstorms. That's why going into this, most people are not even going to get a drop of rain if you're in between these cells. But you don't want the rain, because it means if you get the rain, you're probably going to get some form of severe storms or hail or something like that. So this storm into southeastern Tarrant County has still that was coming out of Godly, still has the potential to have some golf ball size hail with it. Yeah, but there must be a lot of storm trackers on this storm that we've already had one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight confirmations from storm spotters of the different hail sizes from this system. So there's a lot of people on this storm. Hmm. Yeah, but right now it looks like 1.5 inch hail just south of the Denton region. 1.5 inch hail out of this quarter right now. Let me go back to this storm right here, because it looks like the tornado is still potentially on the ground up here. All right, confirmed tornado that was located near Barnesdale is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. That storm that was in Oklahoma still has a confirmed tornado that is on the ground, lifting northeast about 45 miles an hour. Any tornado threat for southwestern McKinney tonight? Well, once this little squall line moves through, then the threat would be over for hail, rain, and any tornadoes. So, uh, not that far away. You're watching this squall line in Denton. So, yeah, you only got about 45 minutes left before the coast is clear. Probably moving through a little bit earlier than expected. It's hard to time these systems out when they're moving so fast. At one point, they were moving 55 miles an hour. Which is pretty fast moving. But yes, the dynamics do lessen as it pushes further east. Notice where it's at right now. It's under that tornado watch. That's the one that had the potential up to 4-inch in diameter hailstone. We already had a confirmed report of 3.4. And that's just what I know of. There might be some pockets here. So the atmosphere pretty much almost verified already. Took a maximum potential hailstone. But notice as we come out of Denton and head into McKinney, that was not even under a warning. I mean, that was not even under a watch. So the dynamics, pushing east of 35 aren't as favorable as the environment it is right now. So we'll watch to see if this hail core does try to hold its own as it continues to push further east. All right, so it looks like there's another pocket further south. Could at times have some golf ball size hail with it. This is another supercell south of Glenrose, 7 miles east of Ardell, Lake Whitney, and Walnut Springs by 745. That's got some confirmed quarter size hail, but it looks like it has the potential to pulse up to 1.75. All right, so let me zoom out. Yeah, so there's that swath earlier from Sweetwater, north of Abilene. They went through Graham right there, and now went through Denton County with all that significant hail. And that's continued to push east, heading towards Frisco and eventually possibly McKinney after this expires in the next 15 minutes. Right now, it looks like it has pulsed down a little bit. So this has definitely had some history of, again, going up and down. So right now, we're not seeing the purples associated with that anymore. Definitely not seeing the hell core as significant. Not seeing the grays in it as well. So watch this little bump up recently that's heading towards Oak Point. See if it's on the beginning stages of kind of regenerating again. But this is all moving through the Metroplex. Thanks so much for watching, getting on the live stream. Appreciate you subscribing to the channel. I'd love to reach 250,000 followers by the end of April. Looks like I'm about 242,200 right now. So graciously appreciate you subscribe to the channel, follow my live stream tonight. We'll likely be back on tomorrow as the storm threat pushes into Tennessee, as well as into Kentucky and Ohio. Those areas are going to be under the gun. But we have definitely seen some destructive hail this evening. A lot of reports of golf ball to tennis ball to baseball, and now some 3.4-inch hail coming out of Justin. That was the biggest one. We had some 2-inch hail, and we also had an 88 per hour wind gust as well. All right, so things look to start lightening up into the Oklahoma region. So another significant hail core out of Missouri now. It looks like, yeah, that's a woo. That looks nasty, folks. Yeah, this is some baseball size hail into coming out of the Springfield, Missouri National Weather Service. This is confirmed baseball size hail that was located over the city of Buffalo into Missouri region, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So they're definitely getting some own significant weather as well. And things are starting to get busy, more busy into Oklahoma. We've got that one confirmed tornado still into Oklahoma, as well as the 2 radar depicted tornadoes. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, happy to be on. Hey, what time am I going live tomorrow? Hey, we'll just say 3 o'clock. That was the same time I did today, potentially. Maybe it was like 2:30. We'll just play it by ear. If I have to come on any earlier, I will. But yeah, right now we'll just say tentative 3 o'clock. All right. So this storm system is moving across Denton right now. That's heading over to Little Elm. Still has the potential to reach some golf ball size hail at times. And this warning is going to be likely extended into Collin County. It's just a matter of time here now. You can see the outskirts are just outside of Little Elm. Oh, hey, Clayton. How's it going, buddy? South of Joshua. Um, yeah, get the. All right, so this storm system continues to push off to the east. Oh, we've got a tornado warning, folks. Yeah, right there in Joshua. That's where Clayton said there's some confirmed rotation. Okay, so we have a brand new tornado warning. This does include northeastern Johnson County. So this is northeastern Johnson County. This is towards the Joshua and Cleburne region. So a significant supercell thunderstorm located near Joshua, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This is a tornado warning, folks. Cleburne's in the path, Keene, Joshua, Cross Timber, in those areas will be impacted around 7:55. Alvarado around 8 o'clock. So this is a confirmed tornado warning, not a confirmed tornado, but nonetheless, the area is rotating just south of Joshua there. This is all moving east. So if you are in the path of Keene, Alvarado, the Venus area, back into Joshua, you need to be in your safe zone. immediately as this continues to push eastbound at 35 miles an hour. So this is the first tornado warning within the heart of the Metroplex, and this is essentially south of the Metroplex, where they did have, in fact, had to extend a severe thunderstorm watch earlier, and now that same area is rotating just south of the Joshua region. You can actually see it right there, right here, folks. This is your rotation that's moving eastbound into Keene. This is would be Keene would be in the path. You can see all the kind of the, yeah, right here. You can definitely see the rotation really starting to come together. This is why they warranted the tornado warning. Keene, if you're in the path of Alvarado, would likely be in the path of this storm. This will be traversing across Country Road 288, swinging through 174, it looks like. And this is moving east at 35 miles an hour. So Keene, Alvarado, and Venus is definitely in the path of this little sped up here on the south side of the city of Joshua. Yeah, this looks like it's all kind of congealed now into a squall line. This all looks to come together now. This is it doesn't appear to be broken anymore. There's not much separation in between the supercells. This is all congealing together, and this is where the storm has come together just south of Joshua there, and just north of the Cleburne region. That's where the atmosphere is rotating. It looks to be right over the city of Keene right now, and this is all moving east. So it looks like Alvarado at 7:59, Alvarado at 7:59, and the Venus region closer to 8:07 for Venus. Yeah, so brand new tornado warning right there down in south of Fort Worth. This is south of Joshua there near Cleburne. This is northeastern Johnson County in north central Texas. Yeah, it definitely appears this hell core has come down. I'm not really seeing any purples in the mix anymore. Not seeing any blues. This hell core has come down as it pushing towards Collin County there. Hey, I haven't missed these types of days, Roy. It's been a while since I've had to watch you. I'm happy for your success. Hey, John, I appreciate your support. Um, I'm just getting a notification. Thunderstorm, rain nearby, 8:10. Yeah, so this was the main storm we've been watching for an extended period of time now. That's moving over Denton County as we speak, and the leading edge is right out of Little Elm right now. You can definitely see the hell core has come down fairly substantial. Doesn't mean it can't pulse back up, but we're not seeing nearly the significance of it what we were seeing earlier for sure. Hey, David. All right, looks like my wife got home, so that's good. All right, so let's put this storm in motion now. Still got some rotation there south of Joshua. Maybe not as pronounced as it was, but it's still there, moving out of Keene. Lightning detected. All right, it's 8 o'clock. This squall line's moving through the heart of the Metroplex now. Looks like the hail core has come down with this particular setup. We are having a tornado warning right now in Johnson County, but the leading edge of the hail core has shown signs of weakening for sure. As this has more or less merged together now. This whole line is essentially has merged together, and that may be the sign that it has weakened now. All right, so you can see the back building, this whole nature of this line, the back building of this storm. It does in fact include all further south into Kerrville. These aren't actually severe. But it definitely appears this storm has started to weaken, besides the circulation in Joshua. Windy and lots of thunder and lightning in Oak Point. All right, looks like they did extend this, but it's only a weather statement. It's only a weather statement. This is for Collin County for nickel-sized hail. So this has drastically come down, folks. This is the same storm we've been following from Sweetwater, but it does include Collin County now, but it's a special weather statement. This is not severe. This is that storm that's moving east at 35 miles an hour. So we're talking it's going to be 50-mile-per-hour wind potential, some nickel-sized hail. Those areas include Frisco, Little Elm, Prosper, Salina at 8 o'clock, and then McKinney at 8:05, and then Melissa around 8:25. Could also be near Lake Louisville, the Oak Point region, the Lincoln Park region, the New Hope area, Lakewood Village, Providence Village, Branch, and as well as Lake Lavon. So again, this is not a severe thunderstorm warning. So as this is definitely continued to weaken, but it is a special mesoscale discussion with some 50-mile-per-hour wind potential, some nickel-sized hail, which is not severe, heading towards Collin County. This whole line has definitely started to come together as it's approaching the heart of the Metroplex. It definitely pulsed up there in Denton County, but is definitely weakening, especially the northern branch and further south towards Joshua. We are still seeing that rotation, and there's still radar indicated storm from that storm in northeastern Johnson County, and that's the storm system that is in fact moving east. It's still it's at 35 miles an hour. All right, so let me zoom out because this looks like um, all right, let me take a look at this storm a little bit closer because all right, so here we are. We still see the circulation coming out of Keene. That's heading towards Alvarado now, folks. This is all heading towards Alvarado. This is a tornado warning, confirmed tornado warning. Nothing on the ground, but radar indicated. Locations in the path are the cross timber that was in Alvarado at 8 o'clock. So right now it is over the city, almost near the city of Alvarado, and this will continue to move into Venus. So this, if this does in fact hold together, this tornado warning would likely start be extended into the Midlothian, into the Waxahachie region, that possibly even as far outskirts of Ferris. So this is south of the Metroplex. We are seeing confirmed rotation on radar. Radar indicated a storm as this continues to push east in northeastern Johnson County. Northeastern Johnson County. But this is the main squall line. We have to get through this one, but it definitely appears it's all kind of coming together now, folks. It which is a good thing. It looks like it's definitely starting to weaken as it continues to push further east. That's what we always say, that the tornado threat's low. It's not non-zero, low. So I mean, we have one warning in the heart of the Metroplex, and further north we definitely have a more significant risk for tornadoes, and that's where we now have three other tornado warnings into play into the Oklahoma region and further north as we get into areas into Bartersville. There's another system out towards Lebanon, looks to be south of the Jefferson City region. None of these are confirmed, but more significant hail still. Seeing lightning south of us here in Wilmeth and Hardin. Hey, Ray. Just saw some lightning. Yeah, so this is all moving east. Just they sent out a special weather discussion for Collin County. Not severe, as the storm has really weakened big time, but the leading edge is approaching, is over Little Elm right now. It's approaching the Frisco region. And luckily it did come down, because this would be leaving some pretty big hail still if it did not pulse down. So right now we're just looking at some possibly nickel-sized hail maybe mixed into this, and some heavier rains as the main line is moving through now. But that hail core held its own, right? I mean, look, I mean, it was on that hail core, and really, as it what it boils down to, these were mainly two big significant supercells, and these were, again, this is a supercell that kind of originated in Sweetwater, had some damage reports, and then really elevated towards the Haley region, had some destructive baseball size hail. Then it actually moved through north of Breckenridge, through the Grayford region, stayed the ground through Springtown, all the way, right? It went all the way and then really pulsed back up again through Rome, through Justin. This is where they had that 3.4-inch report, and then the Coral City. And so once it crossed 35, it just died off, right? It just kind of died off. And that's where we are right now. Just kind of a special weather discussion. And as the hail core is slowly losing its luster here as it continues to push eastbound. Hey, I appreciate everybody following tonight. It has been a pretty active evening. We've seen numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We've seen numerous some destructive wind warnings at times. We had an 88 mile per hour, peak wind gust. We've had numerous reports of damaging hail. This is going to be leaving a lot of damage. There's probably a lot of car damage out there, a lot of roof damage. And then further north now we have confirmed at least one confirmed tornado into Oklahoma. So it's getting busier as we get deeper into the nighttime hours. Still 8:05. We've been live for about 5.5 hours now. Hey, loud thunder and Prosper and 380 and Coit. Crazy lightning happening right now in Prosper. Yeah, I'm hearing the thunder outside my window right now. So it's getting closer. I feel so conflicted when it loses strength as a storm lover myself. I have a good storm, but at the same time, I don't want anyone to get hurt. Yeah, luckily that storm came down. I mean, that was basically, yeah, it like I said, it just kind of the cells merged together. That's basically what's happening here. All the cells just eventually just kind of merged together, and they're definitely losing intensity. The storm in Johnson County is trying to trying to hold its own with that rotation. But even that one is now starting to come down. But this is continuing to move across the Metroplex. Thank you everyone for tuning in to the live coverage this evening. All right, let me zoom back into this storm. All right, this storm continues to push eastbound. This goes on for another 6 minutes or so. Hearing strong thunder in McKinney, Virginia, and Lake Forest. No rain yet. Just impressive lightning at the hub 121. We just had some. We've had loud hail now right by Savannah. All right, so you're still getting some confirmed hail by Savannah. That's into the Denton region. Yeah, but likely probably some nickel-sized hail. All right, so that rain shield has approached the Prosper region. Yeah, but once this squall line moves through, this is it, folks. This is you'll be done for the night. So you're not going to have too much longer to deal with these storms. And it's early enough you could likely get some good rest. It seems later. I've had the windows closed. It's 8:09. Hey pal, our family on 380 and Custer is listening to you around the dinner table. We can hear the thunder. Yeah, I can hear the thunder myself from where I'm at. It's not that far away. I might pick up a 1/4 inch out of this deal. Let me see if it's on my Tempest yet. Yeah, so far I haven't gotten the signal that it started to rain yet here. So it's probably not that far away. Hey, Mustang Lakes neighbor. Yeah, so this is your main squall line, folks. It's coming through the Metroplex. They did, in fact, extend, and they're probably going to time it just perfectly there from the Storm Prediction Center with that that tornado watch as well as the severe thunderstorm watch that ends at 9 o'clock. This should be passed in about 45 minutes or so. So this looks to be a nice forecast. Where it really didn't take shape. I mean, I'm really surprised. I mean, not much of anything happened around the Wichita Falls. There were so many just nasty runs on the HRRR of supercells coming through Wichita Falls. It went through Lawton, down towards the Red River, through Ardmore. I mean, I was expecting some 4-inch hailstones with some of those runs they've had, but to get nothing. I mean, just nothing happened across that region. So yeah, a little surprised it wasn't as active as it definitely looked to be in Oklahoma. They've had some tornado warnings, and they did have that one confirmed tornado, but not much happening further south where it did look to be really bullish earlier in the day. Yeah, ironically, look, the biggest hail fell into the severe thunderstorm watch area, wasn't into the more significant tornado watch area. Always with the thunder and lightning at bedtime. How about Blue Ridge and Melissa? So yeah, if we extend it further into Melissa, I mean, yeah. So here's Melissa. We're gonna have that swath come through Prosper right now. This is all moving east, so it's about to hit Prosper just north of 380. This would likely come through McKinney, Melissa, Anna, possibly Blue Ridge. This isn't severe. Probably has some nickel size hail with it. Just some heavier rains. I think this is all kind of ending as some heavier rains with this system. Most guidance had, if you were going to get rain, you were going to get a half inch to a quarter inch. It probably wasn't going to be any more than that. So this is probably going to be a little quick squall line, if you will, moving through. It's got one more minute for this tornado warning before it expires. Yeah, it looks like the atmosphere is starting to wind down further north. So yeah, I'm not expecting any more tornadic activity. Yeah, once this moves through, it really clears out. It's going to be a calmer evening. Everybody should sleep really nice once the squall line moves through. Not much on the backside, just cooler conditions. It's going to be about 20 degrees colder tomorrow than it was today. And then the winds pick up. So Wednesday morning you got wind chills at the freezing mark. So you're going to feel it at least for a day. You know how cold front works around here. You get to feel it for a day. So the chillier day is definitely Wednesday, at least in the morning. And then Thursday is probably your nicest day. Ironically, it's 75 degrees, perfect, not a cloud in the sky, probably just all sunny weather. Probably the best day of the week. Hey, so grateful for you, pal. It always feels more informative than the local weather. I always refer to you immediately when I hear bad weather. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, pouring in Frisco right now. Yeah, there's that cell over Frisco. Yeah, look at the deepening reds. Luckily, that cell did come down. We just got some heavier rains, maybe some mixed pea size, nickel size hail mixed in there. Nothing to be concerned about. They did, in fact, let that tornado warning expire. So now we're just looking at a bona fide squall line, folks. Squall lines just have some gustier winds and maybe small pocket change hail, not severe. This is all ending in a very nice fashion with some just a good old Texas soaking rain, right? Not severe. It's already done its damage. Now we just got to get some beneficial rains. It's not going to rain for another 6 days or so. Then the rains come back for Sunday, especially on Monday. So I know it's bad timing for the eclipse. But what do you do? But the following week, I think we get plenty of rain. It's going to be definitely a storm system that's propped up around the middle of the country. We could be looking at more severe storms, but we got some nice weather to enjoy, at least those areas in Texas. I'll be live for those areas east into the southeast, Tennessee Valley, Kentucky, Ohio. All those areas are very active tomorrow. Then it's all about the snow as you live further up into the Great Lakes, into New England. Kind of the last hurrah, if you will, of snow. Pretty good snowstorm. Even 2 feet in Maine. Crazy stuff. Not that unusual for April up there, though. But once that moves out, they got a ridge moving in. Much calmer days before the next storm system moves in into the weekend. Hey, close lightning strike downtown Midlothian. Been raining heavily now. Hey, Peter. And Fort Worth about 30 minutes. All right, so brand new tornado warning in Oklahoma now. So let's turn our attention further north. We do, in fact, have a brand new tornado warning. All right. Yeah, that one, this is north of the Tulsa region. Brand new, tornado warning. Actually, it's been a little bit. Nowita into Delaware. This is moving east at 45 miles an hour as of 8:15. Yeah, so we got several tornado warnings in Oklahoma. Doesn't appear anything's observed. As of right now, to my knowledge, we've had one confirmed tornado that I caught. We've had definitely several tornado warnings, but only one confirmed, at least right now. I'm sure that's definitely going to be picking up in the overnight hours. Nothing like the last storm, but some hail in West Prosper. Hey, Ashley. Nowata. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, nothing like the last storm. That definitely lucked out with it pulsing down there. Did not quite hold together. It went for a while. I mean, that hell swath, it went for an extended period of time. Still a lot of damage. I mean, that's going to leave a mark for a good swath of the Metroplex. Yeah, you see, it's really, like I said, it really boiled down to two supercells this evening. One in West Texas that originated in Sweetwater and moved across, and then eventually just started dying down as it approached the Corinth area. We had another pretty significant swath that also originated south of Abilene, that also moved across Eastland into Glen Rose. But yes, I agree. The one before that did a lot more damage, was more significant for an extended period of time. But nonetheless, this was a very similar swath than they had 2 weeks ago. So that's the thing about severe weather, and every event's different. Every event is definitely different. This event coming into this, I mean, you could feel the difference between the air masses. I think it was like dew point was 68, 75 degrees today, before the event happened. Plenty of moisture to tap into. Oh, yeah, some smaller hail right now in Salina and to Prosper. Hey, thanks for everybody tuning in. Yeah, it looks like I still have 1,700 people on Facebook, around 5,000 on YouTube watching me. Thanks for all your support out there. Greatly appreciate you all. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. I'm going to be putting the wheels in motion to fine tune and upgrade some of my equipment. I actually have a new microphone that I'm going to get installed, as well as possibly get a storm chaser on my live feed. We'll do a lot more live coverage. Just start sprucing up the channel a little bit. Hey, just had a blip power loss in McKinney. Let's swing up to Missouri real quick. Okay, so it looks like we got newly issued severe thunderstorm watch for the Indianapolis region. That is going to go on till 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so all this continues along the warm front in the overnight hours going into Indianapolis and Ohio region. It's a two-prong approach. They get hit in the overnight hours along the warm front, and then the low-level jet comes back tomorrow afternoon, and they get hit again as this warm front lifts further north. So they get a double whammy up there. The winds tonight shouldn't be too bad across that region into Indiana and Ohio, but the winds tomorrow, that's going to be the more significant threat for sure. Some trees down over by a racetrack near Kentucky. Some hail into the Flower Mound region. Now, when you say hail, you're talking like nickel size hail, right? I mean, pea size hail. Let me see. Prosper getting some crazy rain, or about to get bad. Yeah, so it looks like that core is right over the city of Prosper right now. But it's a fairly thin swath. It's a fairly thin swath of red. Looks like it's Crestview at Prosper, Whitney Place. Hey, as always, he's going to be going live tomorrow afternoon around 4, I think maybe sooner. Hey, thanks, Stormy. Yeah, somewhere around there, maybe 3 o'clock. Greenville, yeah, no, I think the severe threat is going to be. I think it's pretty much done for Texas. The for for the Metroplex, everything's kind of on top of each other, and it's really just kind of further south. You maybe hanging on to some borderline severe, but everything's. I think this. I think I said this watch. This expires at 9 o'clock, so this whole area is set to expire. It's pretty much almost past. So they're going to actually time this perfectly. Actually, they did have to extend the watch a little bit for certain counties, but nonetheless, this is going to work out perfectly. By the time we reach 9 o'clock, most of this will be on the other side of this watch and will be clearing on the back side. Mustang Lakes just lost power. Yeah, even this special weather statements looks to expire in about 4 minutes, and even that, I don't think this extends. Um, this is definitely continuing to weaken. But yeah, so my goal is to hit 250,000 subscribers by the end of April. I'm probably about 8,000 away. So thanks for everybody helping me to reach my goal. Appreciate watching this live coverage. Definitely good to be back doing some live coverage with you guys. Was out of town for the last event, and we'll be doing more of these. Coming back tomorrow, then we'll come back next week. I am expecting more severe storms next week. Somewhere we're getting to that time of year. There's going to be severe storms, somewhere. Right? So, yeah, so make sure you subscribe to the channel. I also have a second channel, an ultra channel. It's actually called Pal Ponder Ultra. Make sure you're subscribed there. I'll be starting to do bonus footage, about 2 or 3 videos a week on that particular channel. So I'd love to start building that one up as well. And then we'll start perfecting these live streams. Maybe get a storm chaser so we can tap into some of his footage so we can see some ground troops. And yeah, so we'll get this thing going here. Hey, it's dumping in Salina. Any news on that, when it should pass? Yeah, it's just this little squall line right here that we've got to gotta have to get through. Yeah, it's just kind of right over Salina at the moment, right? Here's Salina. It's with the newest update, you're almost there. It's winding down. The main heavy stuff is starting to move east. As it's starting to rain at my house now, I can start to hear it. You can see the motion, what we're looking at. It's pretty much done in Denton. It's pretty much done in the Flower Mound region. So we're in the back half of this system, not that far away. It's clearing the Metroplex, done in Fort Worth, Burleson, Cleburne, Glen Rose, Brownwood, all those areas, even further south. We look at the radar down further south into San Antonio. These are actually not even severe further south. We're looking into Austin. Okay, so if we move into the Austin region, looks like there is a little cell that could be producing some possibly larger hail with it into the Fredericksburg region. These will continue east. You notice it's more isolated down here, so definitely can't rule out these being stronger. Yeah, I'm hearing the winds kind of pick up now. Yeah, so it's been a busy night here. We've been doing storm coverage. Yeah, it looks like 6 hours now. So we're going to be kind of winding down coverage here. Probably eat some dinner, get some rest. It's hitting Tucker Hill right now. Yeah, I can hear the winds pick up outside my window. Just a skinny little squall line left. Just a skinny little squall line moving through. Coming through the Gunner region and heading towards McKinney through Frisco. You see the back half is cleared in Whitesboro, Collinsville, Tioga, Pilot Point. All those areas are pretty much done for the night. But yeah, you can see this is not going to turn out to that much rainfall. I don't think it's even officially rained at the airport yet. Yeah, the winds are whipping now. There's those 50-mile-per-hour winds that talked about. Hey, what is the wind like? Trying to decide if we need to shut the windows to the west of our barn. We are in the well, right now it looks to be about 50-mile-per-hour squall line moving through. So I would definitely shut the windows. Doesn't appear to be severe. It's just definitely some higher wind gusts with this squall line. .08. It is pouring though. Very heavy rain. 72 degrees. You can see where the cold front is still. It's past Amarillo, but it's still out in West Texas. That's going to move across and then likely be into the Metroplex by the morning. So as you wake up tomorrow morning, you're as like the kids leave for school, it's definitely going to be feeling colder for sure. We've had about 10 minutes of storm west of McKinney, no hill. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's just skinny squall line. Yeah, starting to die down. Yeah, it's moving to the heart of the Metroplex now. About to hit the airport. Yeah, so this ended up being, well, I said 9 o'clock. I mean, I said 9 o'clock for McKinney, didn't I? It's 8:35. It's pretty good for 4.5 hours ago. Hey, great coverage in the storm. Sure, you're welcome. No problem. Very heavy downpours, torrential lightning. Isn't the cold front normally closer to the squall line? Not really. Not always the case. It's not that far away. Um, and that front might be behind a little bit. Let's see. Let's see when the front passes. I don't know. It looks like it appears in the wee hours of the morning. There's another little. So yeah, it's just the last half of the storm that's coming through the Metroplex right now. This is coming through Collin County, through McKinney, through Frisco, through the Flower Mound region, heading over to Plano. It's all east of 35 now. This is into Dallas. Looks like a quick little squall line coming through. Maybe going to leave a 1/4 inch, possibly a 1/2 inch in some of the isolated areas. No, it's still raining in my house, Sean. It's still there. It's still pouring pretty heavily. Right now, the Tempest has very heavy rain. But it's not that far away. Hey, Chris, I just started higher winds, stronger here in McKinney, Virginia, and Glen Oaks. Yes. Hey, Doug. Yeah, tornado threat in Nashville tomorrow for sure. Hey, I'm just tuning in from McKinney. Feels like the colder air coming in. Did the tornado threat dissipate? Yes. Yeah, we're about the end of the rope here for the severe storms. There's nothing severe now. Well, the cooler air is the rain cooled air. It's not the actual cold front just quite yet. Yeah, I mean it's 68 at the airport. Only reason why it dropped because it went from 75 to 68 because it's pouring. It's pouring at the airport, but that's not the cold front yet. Looks like 81 today. 81. Wow, thanks everybody. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Looks like I went up another 20 subscribers. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, I would love to reach 250,000 subscribers by the end of the April. If you hadn't subscribed already, please do so. Make sure you turn the notifications on. You'll get notified when I do my daily updates as well. As well as some of these live streams. When I put the thumbnail out, you'll get notified so you can have it in the queue. So definitely important to do that. Yeah, big time rain now in McKinney. Yeah, it's pouring at the airport. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the airport. It is dumping. Remember, March ended the 11th wettest on record. We were so close to be on the top 10 spot, missed it by a couple 100ths of an inch. But April is 3.2 inches, I think the average is. So all indications are we are going to be above average. And this is only day one, right? So that system next week may turn into a good soaking rain. Unfortunately, it does come over the solar eclipse time frame, but yeah, it looks like Sunday it gets unsettled again. By next Monday, we could possibly even look at some severe storms again. Tuesday, Wednesday, that front just kind of hangs around for a couple of days. We'll have some stronger thunderstorms and possibly even a couple of inches. Kind of a wet period for 4 or 5 days there. Really unsettled weather coming in. But we do have some nice days to enjoy for the next 5 or 6 days. So before that next storm system arrives. But it looks wet as you go into the middle of April. It looks wet as you go into end of April. So it definitely appears to be a wet month. I definitely see us above average for sure by the time we get all said and done. And then we're going into May. May would be next, and now it's your wettest month of the year. So, and then of course summer starts. Hey, let's see. Wisconsin, is Wisconsin going to get hit hard? Please tell me. Well, actually, Wisconsin gets hit with like snow. You get the cold side of the storm. You actually get the snow in Wisconsin. Hmm. It's actually back built a little bit across the Metroplex, which is kind of interesting. So instead of a skinny squall line now, it's actually building back a little bit. Um, so it's raining a little bit more than what it looked like. So some of these totals could be a little higher as we're still getting some back building feed. Yeah, I've got a third of an inch already in my house. It's been raining 13 minutes. Hey, wind is very fast in McKinney. How's Indiana looking for tonight? Yeah, so Indiana's got that severe thunderstorm watch in place currently. If we kind of zoom into that area, that does in fact have that severe thunderstorm watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. Some of these could be some scattered larger hail in the overnight hours. 2-inch diameter potential, some scattered wind gusts upwards to maybe 70 miles an hour. This does look to be an overnight threat as all the way into the 3 o'clock in the morning time frame. It's all complements of this warm front. So we are going to be seeing numerous showers and thunderstorms start to form, you know, in and around near the warm front where we are right now into the Indianapolis region. So it is going to be an overnight threat. Yeah, so there's your tornado reports through Oklahoma. There, we had three of them. I don't know if this was three separate tornadoes or three different reported tornadoes, but nonetheless, I know we had one confirmed observed tornado. But there's your three reports, and we also had that one further south into Texas for a while. That tornado report out of Joshua never was confirmed, but it did have rotation for sure. Can we go back to Collin County? Sure, we can go back to Collin County. Yeah, it's just that little squall line that comes through. We're almost done with it. Yeah, there's McKinney, there's Frisco, there's Plano. We put the motion on it. That's what I say. It's back building a little bit, but we're almost done. Lasting a little longer than anticipated. You never turn down the spring rains, that's for sure. You definitely take the spring rains. That's usually the one of the wettest times of the year. That's when you can really build up our lakes, fill up all the reservoirs, and leave a nice cushion heading into summer. A lot of areas within the DFW Metroplex do not have a drought. Unfortunately, many areas in West Texas, Southwest Texas, far West Texas are in that drought. I don't really see them getting terribly too much help, but it all is always a good sign when you have above average rains in the spring. You start summer with a nice cushion, with all the lakes full, and no drought. It's always a good sign going into summer. But yeah, it's climbing. It's just topped a half inch there. You definitely get dehydrated doing these live streams. That's for sure. You don't realize you're thirsty. Um, I'm almost down to whole thing of that. Any tornado warnings for McKinney? No, no. These are just non-severe at the moment. I don't really expect them to turn any severe right now or the rest of the evening. We're just winding down from this event. It's all ending with a nice soaking rain on the backside. It's always a nice way to end a very volatile evening with non-severe storms and just some gusty winds and some beneficial rains moving across the Metroplex. Hey, Harry, 0.84 in West McKinney. You definitely got me beat. That's for sure. Right now, I'm still at a half inch. Yeah, this squall line ended up back building a little bit. It kind of elongated on the backside. So we're getting some bonus rain right now. Four-inch hail. Where is that? Hey Nick. Radar Omega showing 4-inch hail down south. Where's the 4-inch hailstone? I saw 3.4. I've got the hail reports out. Fredericksburg. Oh, sorry. Wow, really? Um, yeah, that thing's turned severe. Wow. Let me okay, let me switch to the San Antonio radar. All right, so yeah, it looks like a nasty cell has formed near the Fredericksburg region, and that looks to be some significant hail falling out of that one. Let me go back into that storm. Yeah, so severe thunderstorm moving east at 55 miles an hour in the Fredericksburg region. I mean I see some 2-inch hail, unless I missed it, unless it really was that elevated before I was knew about it. But yeah, this is again, these are storms, well south that formed well ahead. The ones further north started kind of congealing together. These are more separated. This is going to move through central Texas. Yeah, it looks like 2 inches down there in Fredericksburg. Yeah, pretty significant. That's still golf ball size hail, ping pong size hail. Let me see what if it was anything higher than that before. Looks like that's maximum size. Hey, any concerns with this new line forming behind the main line? Is there a new line forming? Oh, you're talking about this line in Lawton? It is not severe? No, I probably expect this, tornado watch to be expired in 10 minutes here. Yeah, it looks like the rain is, kinda winding down at my house. They did in fact move, yeah, they did in fact extend that mesoscale discussion further east into Collin County. Yeah, I mean, right now that's not severe. And I mean, I kind of expect this tornado watch to expire in 9 minutes, like it's supposed to. So I think most of the activity is pretty much done for the evening, except further south. That's You're probably still going to get some stronger storms further south into Killeen, into Austin, and down towards San Antonio. This is another cell you have to watch. And of course, further north, it's just going to go all night long into, you know, Springfield and to St. Louis through along the warm front here. This is going to turn into an overnight threat now. Yeah, if we look at the big picture, yeah, this is yeah, just a special weather statement. Some half-inch hail, some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is actually not even severe with this squall line coming through. Note yourself, have phone plugged in while watching PAL. Oh, you ran out of battery? Yeah, but I enjoyed staying with you guys. It's been fun. Glad it wasn't like terribly too crazy with the tornadoes. We did have some significant hail tonight for sure. We had a peak hail of 3.4 inches. We had a peak wind gust of 88 miles an hour, and we had one confirmed tornado that I know of, and then we had obviously numerous, several tornado warnings. But I'll be back tomorrow. I'm undecided if I'll do a video in the morning, but nonetheless, I will be doing a live stream tomorrow, starting about 3 o'clock for that main activity that's going to be out into the southeast through the Tennessee Valley and much of the Ohio Valley. So, yeah, thanks for everybody subscribing to the channel. Appreciate all the new followers out there that found me tonight on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for the donations, greatly appreciated as well. So, yeah, we'll do this all over again tomorrow night, and y'all have a good night's rest. Y'all be safe out there, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye for now.